Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode to celebrate the 26th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita, and I welcome you again this Sunday for another episode which is celebrating World Tai Chi Day and Qigong. And therefore, today we'll be having a lot of discussion and talk about Qigong and Tai Chi. But before that, let's have a short prayer as well as a minute of silence before we start the mantra for all those people who have left their lives because of the Kashmir episode, as well as let's also have a minute of silence for the prayer in the condolence for Pope Francis. Bless the Holy Father, and may you rest in the arms of Jesus. May your love and humility be for all the people, stay forever for all of us. And therefore, we pray for the family and the friends for a moment. Therefore, now remembering God, chanting the mantra for peace all over. Om. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti. 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 Welcome. I would like to welcome our great experts of today in the field of Tai Chi and Qigong. From Malaysia, Dr. Wai Ching Lee, our senior resident host. Namaste. As well as from USA, William Douglas, our senior resident for Tai Chi and Qigong. Global namaste to you as well.
That was a beautiful opening, Amrita. That was really moving.
Thank you. Today's episode is based on the same energy, and who better than you both can tell about it? So, Dr. Wai Ching Lee, I would request you to open today's episode with your beautiful words, and then the melody will add up with William Douglas. Over to you. Thank you.
Well, I would like to first celebrate William Douglas and his beautiful wife, Angela, for having laid the groundwork for this Tai Chi and Qigong Day, that through your soul impulses that came through the practice of Qigong, that you have brought this matrix onto the planet. And it has just really grown and really brought the world of Qigong into the planetary a spectrum of people understanding. So you've done such a wonderful work. And I would like to actually first invite you to give a historical panorama of the history of Tai Chi and Qigong Day before I start.
Well, yeah, actually, I've told this story a couple of times recently. So, the way that it all occurred, would you like to kind of see how the inspiration for it happened, that, where the energy came from? Well, what happened, there was a synchronicity that happened. And one thing was, I got my first hospital class. It's getting close to 40 years ago. And in that hospital class, there were a whole bunch of doctors. It wasn't for the doctors or the staff, but it was for the public. But back then, Tai Chi, Qigong, meditation, these things were really strange in the medical system. And so a whole bunch of doctors enrolled because they were really curious about it. And what happened was, they after just like 8 weeks of it, they were getting off of medications that they'd been on for years. And there was a surgeon in the class, and she'd had a limited mobility and chronic pain issue for years. These are things that they'd had for years before that class. And anyway, after 8 weeks of that class, she had full mobility, no more chronic pain, and it was really blowing their minds. And so they went to I think this was before Google, or before I knew about Google. But they went to their hospital database and they started finding medical research on Tai Chi and Qigong and meditation, and they were handing it to me. And when they first started handing it to me, I was thinking, well, why are they giving it to me? I'm a Tai Chi teacher. I'm not because I'd always done Tai Chi for stress and performance, not for medical. But I was pretty young at the time, but these doctors were really old, and they were getting off of these meds, and it was blowing their minds. And anyway, this stack of research just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then Google came along. And so then it was just, that just lit a fire in us, because we knew that hundreds of millions of people could be having much higher quality, longer lives if they knew about all these things. And so we started trying to send all that science to the media. Eventually that became World Tai Chi Day. But the thing that was a catalyst for me was right around when I was doing that hospital class, that first hospital class, and all these doctors were getting off of these meds, I was digging around in my basement, and I came across a note that my mother had written the night before she passed away. And she was just having a simple procedure at the hospital, so it wasn't like a dangerous thing or anything, but she'd had a premonition that she wasn't going to survive. And so she wrote notes to all of us, and the first note was addressed to me, and she said, I wish I could go back a few years and learn the arts of relaxation that you try to teach me so that I could have seen my grandchildren grow up. And man, I was seeing these, I was pretty young at the time, and I was seeing these old doctors getting off all these meds. And then I found that note right at that time, because she had died many years before, and I'd kind of forgotten about the note. And that just really lit a fire in me. And so then that's when we started sending all this medical research out to media all over the world. And they just weren't that interested in it. They weren't interested in it really. And so that was so frustrating. And then one day in a meditation, this this thing came to me, and it said, Tai Chi is so visually spectacular. If you get a whole bunch of people in front of a really beautiful location, they won't be able to resist pointing their cameras at it. And then you can talk about the medical research. And so that's what we did. And we got 200 people together on the south lawn of the Nelson Atkins Museum in Kansas City, gorgeous location. And also, I've been told over the years, somebody told me that museum in Kansas City is on a ley line. I've never actually followed up on that because I don't understand ley lines that much, but that would explain a lot. But anyway, yeah. So, and then CNN picked it up. We had 200 people, and the local media all covered it, and then CNN picked it up, and then that's when it started to become this concept of a world thing. And I mean, it was a ton of work, but it was really it was very magical in the way that it unfolded, because it was like people all over the planet, visionaries like you, all over the planet, that just knew that it was time for the world to know about this stuff. And it just, it was I mean, me and Angie, we got all the pictures and videos, and we tried to keep everybody in connection with the newsletter and all, and the website and all that kind of stuff. But it's so increasingly apparent that it wasn't us. It was like this whole world brain of Tai Chi and Qigong people and mind body people, because a lot of the events, like the one in Egypt, they started including meditation and yoga and mindfulness. And that all made perfect sense, because when we first started, it was just World Tai Chi Day. And then Roger Yonka from the he was one of the original founders of the National Qigong Association, great Qigong teacher, by the way. And he's doing a teacher training coming up pretty soon too on the Shift Network. But he called us and he said, Bill, he goes, this should be World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, because not everybody that does Qigong does Tai Chi. And so then we couldn't change the website, worldtaichiday.org, but we were able to change the name of the event. And so it expands, and it becomes this mind body community. And so being on Healing Our Earth is such a beautiful way to celebrate this, because yoga and meditation and Tai Chi and Qigong, coming together, that's the expanding vision of this. And what we realize is when we do that, that's when we become very powerful. The science shows that when we come together in consciousness, it's like our consciousness has much greater power to affect the world around us.
Yes, indeed. And, also we are expanding to include the medical much more now, in integrative medicine. I know you started off with your story of having tried to reach out to the medical, and now they're all just really inviting us in with open arms, like Tai Chi arms, to invite us in because of the results of our work. And so, you have done so much, and just want to take this time in the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day to really honor you and what you and Angela have done, and just even listening to yourself too, because Qigong is really intuition, isn't it?
Yes.
It's intuitive, and you did that on the ley lines without even realizing, and that's what we are all doing, is joining up all the ley lines together around this planetary grid. And as Qigong practitioners, we're just downloading the codes, so to speak, right?
Yeah. And the stones, it's like you're walking across water, and the stones just appear, as you go into those states. And well, the science is called, from what I've seen, from my perception, they talk about when we go into these alpha states on a regular basis, we start thinking more in gamma wave consciousness, multidimensional consciousness, where the whole mind is involved, not just certain parts of it. And I think when we go into that kind of hyper coherence of consciousness, and are in that alpha state. And that's what led to the Global Transformation Project, because there were two things about World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. One was we did see. I was just explaining to some Violet Lee on her Tai Chi Examiner program recently that I grew up in a small western Kansas town. I had no idea that people all over Africa were doing Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga and meditation. I didn't know they were doing it all over Iran. I didn't know they were doing it all over Israel. I just didn't know. I was ignorant, and now I know. And so there are effective, highly effective mind body teachers all over the planet. And so the thing that needs to happen as soon as possible is for public education to become aware of the science on all these mind body practices, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, and start employing those mind body teachers in the local public schools to teach kindergarten through 12th grade, because children are in a meditative state or alpha brainwave state most of the time up to about age 7. And then at age 7, they start to lose touch with it. And so all these mind body practices, these big 5 mind body practices, they cultivate that alpha state consciousness. And so we don't lose touch with that. And the ramifications of this are so massive, because if we get this into public education, through a United Nations resolution, everybody can sign the petition at globaltransformationproject.org, and worldtaichiday.org has a link to sign the petition. And then when we get 100,000 signatures, we're going to approach every United Nations mission in the world to co-sponsor this campaign to get mind-body education as a core part. A 1 hour, what we're recommending is 1 hour a day, 5 days a week. So you'll have a whole generation of mind-body masters. But the other thing, and this is all leading up to what you were talking about, Amalia, and that is imagine the impact of having hundreds of millions of school children around the planet going into coherent consciousness on a daily basis. That would be, I mean, when we say Global Transformation Project, we're not joking around. And that would literally massively change the future of humanity.
Yes, and we are right in the wave with you, all of us, and especially those of us also doing educational programs for children and seeing the difference, and especially children who have been wounded and who have been hurt in their upbringing, that it's such a phenomenal shift to see the healing, that when they can connect back to their essence.
Yeah.
Right? Because what Qigong does is it connects us back to our spiritual essence beyond any religion. And that's what we do in restorative healing. And Qigong and Tai Chi is so powerful in that, and especially in children. So, which is also my work. And today actually was really interesting that I did Qigong in an environment that was held by technology. It's called the EE system, energy enhancement system, that's developed by a dear sister, a friend of mine, who is a Qigong practitioner, Dr. Sandra Rose Michael. And it's just terminals with downloads of colors and like symbols, very much like the Matrix, right? Just down, 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 like that. And there were 24 terminals and in a room of 12 people. So I was taking them through the Qigong as well. This is where the technology and our technology, the human energetic system came together and was just so powerful. So, as we move into this new cycles of qi, into energy medicine, into quantum and this holistic medicine, that it is so exciting to combine the two, which is the field, and how you are using technology to outreach the Global Transformation Program, to outreach, and how we can use technology to send the message out over and over again until it pervades and it just interweaves with all the realities of the planet and transforming it.
Yeah. What we've found is that when you first introduce, like a huge concept like this, it it feels overwhelming at first. It's it's too multidimensional, but the more you look at it, the more you start to go, oh my God, why haven't we done this already? And one of the things that you said that was that we had a woman on who I wish I could remember her name, but she's one of the supporters of the Global Transformation Project. If you go look at the supporters, and she has a program that works with the United Nations, and they go into troubled areas where people are suffering trauma, and they share mind body practices with them, to try to help them get through it. And they accumulate data when they're doing it. And what they found in their data was that people who had a centering practice before a calamity occurs are vastly more likely to be able to recover from that calamity. So imagine the implications of that. If every public school child around the planet was being educated from kindergarten through 12th grade in effective mind-body practices, then we would be setting them up for success in their life, no matter, even when the traumas hit. It's like, going to the root would be such a powerful thing. And yeah, so the petition, if everybody can just circulate that petition in any way that you can think of, because everybody's doing great work out there. And so we're not trying to, compete with anybody's work or try to diminish anybody's work or try to get people not to do the work they're doing. We're just hoping that they'll just use the networks that they've created to get people to sign the petition, because we have to have some soul force behind us when we go to the UN missions. I can't just, call them up or send them a letter or go in an embassy and say, hi, I'm Bill. Here's this plan. But I walk in there with 1 million signatures. And I go, here's 1 million people that, we're hoping you'll co-sponsor. You see what I mean? Yeah.
Yes. And the
they did pass the UN International Day of Yoga with a record number of co-sponsoring nations, 177. So the world, the UN General Assembly, the world never had come together at the level that they did when they created the International Day of Yoga. And so the UN General Assembly they're aware that it's time for things like this to happen, I think.
Yes. And it's the next wave, isn't it? I mean, also I teach
Yeah, and it wouldn't be that hard.
yoga festivals.
You know how when
Yes.
you're doing push hands, it's like you feel when your partner has that little tight spot. And when you feel that little tight spot, I mean, if you wanted to, you could push them down, but I don't. I just tell them, okay, right there, I could push you right now and you would tumble because that's your tight spot. You know what I mean? And so, you get used to feeling where just the least little bit of effort can have a huge impact. And that's the way I see how the global, and it had to be World Tai Chi Day. World Tai Chi Day gave birth to the Global Transformation Project because it showed us that people like you are all over the planet. We're all over the planet doing these things. And it would take so little resources to just bring those people into public education. And then prisons would start to empty. We'd save trillions of dollars year after year after year on saved healthcare and also police and prison costs and social costs and all those kind of things. Yeah, it would just all the sick leaves of the tree would just start to get really green when we go to that root of children having this core thing. And even while they're doing it, the science shows the Global Consciousness Project which really came out of Princeton Engineering and Anomalies Research Laboratory research on consciousness, but they showed and then the TM Foundation research showing how they could bring violent crime rates down dramatically with 1% of the population meditating. And so what this data shows is, even before we enjoy all those health and social savings that we would get from it, the world would be immediately transformed by all those hundreds of millions of school kids going into coherent consciousness every day.
Yes. What you just said is just really the key of intention, the E, and then, coming through in such a graceful way. So that's embodying, isn't it? All the beauty of Qigong and really making a change by entering into the space of the other and then allowing the dance to occur between one and the other for transformation to happen. transmutation and transformation. So that is embodying the essence of it and really making a difference in the world. So that is thank you for doing the Tai Chi and the Qigong.
That's very nice. I was hearing what an informative discussion, as well as it's so insightful in a way that can be implemented with many other integrative medicine systems world over. Dr. Waiching, it's time to move to Tunisia to welcome Ariel. Global namaste to you, Ariel. Can you hear us? Can you make your video landscape, please?
No, I have to do it.
Can you make the video landscape, please?
Hi,
Turn on
Anita.
the video to the other side.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Yeah. How do I do that?
Just move the screen.
Okay.
Ariel, you are on a phone. Now, if
Oh,
you're on
okay,
an
gotcha.
Android, just flip it. And it will become landscape like how all the other videos are. Now your video is gone, so try it. Maybe we can go to David and go to Ariel later when he finds landscape.
Can you turn your phone sideways?
Can you
Yeah.
just turn your phone the other side? Yes?
Yes. Okay,
Yes,
don't touch
perfect.
now.
Yeah.
Don't touch. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bill.
Perfect.
Introduce him. Thank you, Bill.
Sorry for the delay, guys.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yes, please, William, go ahead. Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, Ariel Bete, he's a visionary. Well, I mean, he's a great teacher, Tai Chi and Qigong, but he's a visionary, and he spread World Tai Chi Day into different countries in Africa. Now I know Cameroon and Tunisia, but there was more than that, and then also, you know, when you started those events up there, I think it inspired other countries that weren't even connected to you. And so we had a chance to go to Tunisia and do celebrate World Tai Chi Day with Ariel, and it was so beautiful. He had a great program where they were training Tai Chi and Qigong teachers, a lot of Europeans, but I think there were people from Australia there too. And it was just a really beautiful time. And then we all went to the movies on the last night. That was really fun. We went to see something, what was the universe? It was so funny. Well, it's really beautiful to be with you, Ariel. You've been such a huge force in the World Tai Chi Day development.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill, and thank you for all of you guys because of this event and also your presence. It has been extremely impactful actually for all of us, and Tunisia is still impregnated for your signature here.
So how are things going there with your teaching? I know you've done teaching programs like the one that when I was there.
Exactly. The one called Fit Tai Chi. We plan to have something by the end of this year, and now we have all over Tunisia. We have something along like 30 teachers, 30 international teachers from actually the Fit Tai Chi event. And they are just so passionate about Tai Chi now. It's really a live practice now. It's really a live practice.
That's great. And you said Fit Tai Chi, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, I'm curious. I was just curious, Ariel. Have you been in contact with any teachers now? Where are you at? You're in Tunisia right now? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I am.
Yeah. Have you been in contact with any teachers that have been working with like school age children? I'm always just kind of curious about that.
Yes, exactly. And you know, we have even been contacted by the Tunisian Kung Fu Federation, and who has a great leader by the name of Riyad Behaj. And he was thinking about teaching Tai Chi to also some sport coach in order to place Tai Chi in primary school because of all the benefit from health and everything. So we are actually planning to spread out around the country now. So that's our, let's say that's our next step.
Oh, that sounds exciting. That sounds exciting. Well, any kind of education that you do with school-age children, we're collecting like YouTube videos on that, so that because we want to show that these things are already happening, so the people, because when you see the video, you see, oh, children are so capable of learning this stuff. We just got this adorable video from Pakistan the day before World Tai Chi Day, and it was a bunch of Pakistani school children doing, I think it was the Chen style, but I'm not positive. I only know my style like really, really well. But I mean, it was just so cute. Those kids were trying so hard to follow along. And you could tell some of them were like really into it. They were like, there was this one thing they were doing where they raised their arms and looked up, and you could see the kids' faces. It was like, oh yeah, that's that look that you get when you're feeling the chi.
Yes, exactly. And even in American school, actually ACST in Tunisia, American Cooperative School in Tunisia, we had a program like that. We have one of my colleague. At the time, he's in Florida now. It's actually David Santiago. He was an ex-Marine, and the guy has such a great idea about let's say, creating a connection between Tai Chi and basketball. So I was actually helping in basketball coaching, and we connect so we figure out that students are so stressed when it comes to competitions and everything related to that. And he had a great idea to learn to teach kids basketball through Tai Chi movement. So we taught them how to regulate their nervous system, how to be more flexible, how to let's say change the perspective they have. So and finally, during the competition time, they really, really had great results. Okay, we also have a colleague of mine who is called actually Nejla. We also she also does a great job. She also does a great job around that. So yes, we are really positive about spreading that actually to
That is
kids.
so exciting, and also it's a synchronicity too. Have I told you about my basketball story?
Oh no,
Okay,
I want to
just
hear about
just
that.
real quick. When I was in school, in sixth grade, I tried out for basketball, and I was horrible. I was so horrible. I couldn't even hit the backboard. If I hit the backboard, I thought, oh, that's good, but I couldn't make baskets. And so I virtually never picked up a basketball my whole life for like 60 years.
Oh,
And then I started going to the gym to get away from the computer. And what happened was I was still a pretty poor shooter. I'd shoot about 30% at the free throw line. But one day I was at the gym and there was a little kid, 11 years old, and he never missed. It was only me and him on the court, and I noticed he never missed. I went over and asked him. I said, "I noticed you never miss." And he said, "Yeah, I'm a free throw shooting champion." And I said, "Yeah, but how do you do that? How do you do it?" And he goes, "Oh." And he's thought about it. And he said, okay, he said, when I'm bouncing the ball, I relax. I completely relax. And then I let the shot come up through my relaxed body and go out through my fingers. And if I'm relaxed the whole time, I know that I'm going to make the shot when it leaves my fingers. If something tightens while it's going through me, then I know I'm going to miss it. And within a week because when he told me that, I thought, this is Tai Chi. This is what I've been practicing, relaxing out of the way of movement. And then I applied it to the free throw shooting. And within a week, I went from 30% to 70%. And since then, I started going to the gym and shooting and applying, this Wu Wei, this song, this relaxed flow, with my shooting. And the focus, and also I've been really re-immersing myself in my Tai Chi and Qigong and meditation, pretty intensely. And anyway, I'm out shooting most of the NBA. I have video of this. I have video of
oh,
this. I'm out
that's good.
a kid that couldn't hit the backboard in school is out shooting most of the NBA. And I'm talking free throws, mid-range, and three-pointers. I'm almost 70 years old. And I'm shooting at an NBA level, three point shots. We've got to talk more about this because
Thank
Absolutely,
you.
absolutely.
the potential of this stuff and the meditation is such a huge part of it. I realize,
Thank you,
that,
Bill, for that. Thank you,
yeah.
Bill, for that wonderful story. Ariel, you've got 5 minutes left.
what would you like to demonstrate or meditate for our people who are on our social media? Anything you like over the next 5 minutes? Over to you, Ariel.
Okay, what I would like to, let's say, talk about is really the importance of the regulating the nervous system, because it's just so important with everything what is going on in the world now. People have hard time regulating the nervous system. We have actually so much stress. We are overwhelmed with everything going on social media and everything, and we can clearly say that even the planet is suffering. So in the same level that we have in the nervous system that we have to take care about, uh, the planet where we are also have a nervous system. For example, because as an African, in African tradition, we have a different way to regulate a nervous system because it's all about community. I think we all know the South African concept of Ubuntu, which means I am because you are. And it's not about I, it's truly about we. And we heal through reading, we heal through dance, we heal through communication, we heal through with actual togetherness, and we heal through presence. And it's really close to the Tai Chi and Qigong mindset, which is really about being here and now, about actually bringing trust in our body, bringing presence in our body too. So what I would like our viewers to get and to keep with themselves, wherever they are, it's truly to gain the ability to come back to themselves. Okay. So one thing, for example, I do whenever I'm into a stressful situation, I've been honestly in such a situation, let's say earlier this week, and I came back to myself just by actually sitting, closing my eyes. For example, you can sit, okay, or you can stand up. You just close your eyes. You just keep yourself into a grounded presence. You relax your mind, you relax your body, you relax your, let's say, your whole nervous system, and you bring your breath inside. You breathe in and you breathe out. You breathe in presence and you breathe out all the stress and all the unnecessary tensions. You breathe again, presence, and breathe out all the stress. And then you connect with nature because nature doesn't rush things. And let's say you just connect with whoever came in your life with love, presence, and care. And you finish with these three sentences. I'm a vessel for presence. I'm a vessel for serenity. I'm a vessel for love. And here and now, I decide to be happy. And you breathe in. And with every being on this earth, you breathe out. Thank you. So that's what I wanted to share. And thanks again to all the viewers. Thank again, actually, Neil, and all your wonderful works. Yeah, I know that so many people are working beyond, actually, behind.
Ariel, tell me, how is Tai
Yeah.
Chi and Qigong taking up in Tunisia?
Oh, actually, it's really great. Like yesterday, we had the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day in Tunisia. We had so many people coming, and it's always a great opportunity to celebrate inclusivity. It's really the main word for us is really inclusivity. We have so many people, and it's really a great time to connect with everyone.
So as many people as you can connect to in Tunisia, if you can ask them to sign the Global Transformation Project on the link, the more we garner, the better it is for us. So together we can grow. And it's so wonderful that in Tunisia, you're doing an outreach of Tai Chi and Qigong. Isn't it wonderful, Amrita, who is in India at the moment?
Sorry?
Yes. It's really
Yeah.
wonderful, Ariel. Global namaste to you. And I was also wondering that this is one of the very beautiful facets which I have found that very recently people have started adapting these medicinal systems, these holistic healing methods for healing themselves, not only mentally, but then physically, spiritually, and for the sportsmen, as you mentioned about the basketball players. So
Yeah.
that's very, very fascinating, in fact. Could you throw some light on that? How, uh, what all kind of little techniques you guide them or tell them, and what enhances their performance, as well as what gives them a light to be a very good athlete in that way? Over to you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Let's say the training was about first how to relax, also the art of recuperation, because basketball is really intense, it's extremely demanding. So there's the
Mm.
physical part, but truly basketball is, let's say, 10% physical and 90% mental, because you can be a great athlete, but if your mind is not there during the game, you will lose. And so it was really about, and some of our students has, because we are talking about high school students, so most of our students sometimes has hard time with parents, hard time with the school, and it was really important to bring them during the game to be here and now. We also had blindfold practices, so learn to feel the ball, feel the opponent instead of just seeing. So seeing with all the senses. And the great things with, for example, David Santiago and what actually he brought with his also Marines experience, it was also, let's say, create a sense of danger so that they knew how to relax during pressure.
Yeah.
That's very nice, Ariel. That's wonderful. Lovely tips from you. And remember, let's build our family. You are part of the family at Healing Our Earth now. Stay
Thank
now. We
you.
are going to enjoy the next guest, who is Bill's friend as well. Amrita, Bill, let's welcome David Dorian. This guy is an amazing guy. He's one of the most favorite person in America as a Tai Chi master teacher. You will not believe it, Amrita. He has been studying Tai Chi for over 45 years. He doesn't look 45 himself, but for over 45 years, he has been actually
That's
studying Tai
amazing.
Chi. He's going to
Could I-
bring so many different kind of facets over here. We'll ask Bill to tell him more about
David,
him.
yeah,
He's
David,
also a competition winner and a record holder in US and a world class level. So William, tell us more about David, and maybe David, you can get us into meditation or your style of teaching. Over to you, William and David.
Yeah, I wanted to introduce David via, I just wanted to mention something to Ariel real quick. And that is, Ariel, I just wanted to really thank you for bringing that meditation of love out there through Tunisia and wherever you're teaching. I think that's such a huge part of Tai Chi. And that is a perfect segue to David Dorian Ross, because David, I've been looking forward to this program today more than anything about this World Tai Chi Day, because a lot of times we don't realize as teachers how we change people's lives. But you changed my life. One was when you organized the 24 hours of peace for World Tai Chi Day, and David stayed up 24 hours, 24 hours talking to people.
Times.
Three times. But the other thing that really changed my life, David, and I don't know whether you realize this or not, but we were doing an interview together one time, and you said something. You said, in all my years of Tai Chi, I have never seen anybody doing Tai Chi who wasn't beautiful. And I have told so many students that when I see them getting frustrated with their Tai Chi, I tell them, I know this guy named David Dorian Ross, and he's like a Tai Chi champion. He's like up there in the Tai Chi world. And he said this. He said, every time you do Tai Chi, you're beautiful.
Well, it's true.
It
First
is.
of all,
I
Bill, it's so
mean,
nice to
but
see
but
you.
once you
And
articulated it, then it's like it became a reality, and you just blazed in my brain. Oh yeah, it's so
thank you,
obvious when
Bill.
somebody tells you a truth like
Bill,
that.
you've touched and improved so many people's lives with your project. Um, I had an idea much like this, and we were doing local celebrations with my school in Portland, Oregon, in the late 80s, and about the same time of year, because this time of year is also sort of traditionally the birthday of Zhang Sanfeng. So we used to do a Zhang Sanfeng birthday banquet and the whole thing, and we had ideas about expanding this, more widely. And then I moved to Hawaii and I was involved in other things. And when I came back, you had already started it. I'm like, oh my, thank God somebody has done it.
Well,
It's really awesome.
that was the thing. That's the thing that's become so apparent to me was that it's like in the beginning, when you do something like this, you think, oh, that's my idea, because we're trained to think of ourselves as a individual person. But no, it is so obvious. This was a global idea. It was just that I just have this big mouth and I just can't shut up. It's like that's the only thing. But it was all these people out there, like you were thinking, like just like you were thinking all over the planet. There's a real global consciousness. Yeah.
I'm looking to Nils to maybe to Nil to guide me or give me a starting point. I don't know what you want me to contribute here,
You could
although
you could
I'd
take it
love to
anywhere you
contribute
want
anything
to.
I can.
Yeah, you can take it anywhere you want to if you have things that that you're working on or projects or things that are exciting things happening in your Tai Chi and Qigong practice or teaching or just anything. I know you have an online program, Tai Chi Fit, right?
Yeah, we were the first. We had the very first online Tai Chi school in the world um, because we were the earliest adopter of the live streaming technology that people are now using. By the way, I'm 90% sure of this. Obviously there's all kinds of people doing all kinds of things all over the world that I don't know about. But when we started working with Zoom, we went to their executive committee and asked them if anybody else was using Zoom technology for movement-based classes, fitness, yoga, Tai Chi, whatever like this. And they were like, no, we've never heard of that idea. So, we started using it early on. It has sort of been my career path to try to expand exposure for Tai Chi into broader and broader audiences. Um, and so we did that by doing um, television shows and PBS series and all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
if I
then
could just
finally,
interject and let people know, David. Yeah, David, you did two PBS series on Tai Chi, right? Yeah, that
we did
that
a 13-part series from Hawaii, which was really my favorite venture I've ever done, I think. And then we also, several years later, did a PBS special.
oh
No
right.
real people don't know the difference between these two
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
but it was like the first time that PBS had ever sponsored a show on Tai Chi. We produced our first one ourselves, but this one was produced by PBS. And it was one of their fundraising things, where they do around the
Right.
country. You've seen like 2 a.m. in the morning where they say, if you like this, call in now.
I think that was the one that me and my students were noticing. Yeah, right around the
Yeah.
time that I got to know you.
It,
Well,
it
one
wasn't
thing
very
I
good.
well,
It wasn't a great show.
Well, one thing I do want to throw out there, segueing off of that, is I really highly encourage everybody to, find out how to get involved in David's classes because the way that David approaches Tai Chi and Qigong is, I mean, he's a highly recognized Tai Chi, champion and everything. But the way you teach things in such a lighthearted, uh, accessible way that just is very lifting. You've really changed the way that I teach. When I meet people like you, it's like I just it was a huge influence on how I approach it, and I approach it in a much more approachable and lighter way because of your influence. And so I I
Well,
really
I
encourage
think
people to
that
take advantage of that.
this is, when I'm able to participate in a group such as this, in which there are a number of scientifically oriented individuals who are also Tai Chi involved, that you understand and appreciate the value of data and how you use data to guide whatever your business plan is or your teaching plan is or whatever. So I start from the position of I think that Tai Chi is like the cure. It's like got everything in it.
Yeah,
It's so all encompassing. This is just objectively true. It's not even we're not getting yet to the level of what is the individual experience of Tai Chi, but just from an objective level, it has like every value that one can imagine, both physically, mentally, neurologically, spiritually, etc. So then the question is, if this thing is so freaking good, then why isn't everybody doing it?
Right.
And for that, we have data, because now we have been at this for so long that there have been a number of institutions who have asked this question and collected the data. And it comes down to three basic big things. First of all, the vast majority of people in the world think Tai Chi is boring. The second reason is that the vast majority of people think that Tai Chi is too difficult to learn. And the third reason is they think the teachers are too mean. Right? This is the three big reasons. So logically, if you know what the big impediments to the spread of a practice like this are, you design a course of action that addresses those impediments. You make it funner. Like people think, like the vast majority of people think it's too boring. I'll tell you a quick anecdote just to kind of illustrate this. I was buying shoes one day and I was like trying on my shoes and I was doing my Tai Chi walk in the shoe store to sort of feel how the shoes felt on my feet. And the kid who was selling me the shoes was like, wow, what do you do? What do you like? Is this, Kung Fu or whatever? And so I explained to him the whole thing. He says, wow, Tai Chi, man, that's so cool. And I'm like, yeah, you want to come to a class? He goes, no, not for me, but for you. It's so cool. So that's the way the planet thinks about Tai Chi. So we have to first address a teaching style that makes it more fun. Now, that's only in the context of if you want more people to do it.
Right.
If that is not your orientation, if you're like trying to promote a lineage, or if you're focused on some other spiritual, whatever the thing is, then that's your focus. If your focus is on spreading and expanding the participation of this around the world, then you have to address that.
Yeah.
The second thing is that you have to simplify Tai Chi in a different kind of way than has been attempted in the past. There's been lots and lots and lots of effort for the longest time about making Tai Chi easier for people to learn, but obviously it hasn't been effective. It hasn't worked. So we have to think beyond those previous attempts and come up with new ways. I'm still, tweaking my system constantly, as I find out new things about people.
Yeah.
And the third thing is that in my experience, my personal experience, so again, acknowledging that I don't know everybody or know everything about. In my personal experience, the vast majority of Tai Chi teachers are experts in Tai Chi, but have no formal background in education on how to be a teacher. And so they don't really clearly understand the distinction between a teacher-oriented program and a student-oriented program. So teacher-oriented programs are almost universally felt by the students like the teachers are mean, because they're always telling you what to do, and they're always telling you that you fucked it up, so you've got to do it better. And so everybody thinks that teachers are mean.
Hi, David. David, there is a question from social media from Frederick in South Africa, and he's asking this question to you right now. Do you feel that Tai Chi has made you more aware of your body and movements?
Oh, certainly. Oh, my goodness. And I think Bill and I probably share the same neurodivergence and probably share the same physical origins. All my youth, I was the before picture. In every kind of before picture, anything. In high school, I would have been voted least likely to be a world champion Tai Chi dude. No possible way that could happen. So one of the first transformations that was derived from my Tai Chi practice was this much better, an increasing body awareness, and then an energetic awareness, and those kinds of things. But absolutely.
One thing I always talk about is when I was in high school, when I would have to walk across a room, in front of people, it would be like, kind of like very tight, kind of self-conscious kind of thing. And I realized, after doing Tai Chi and mind body practices like this, I realized that I wasn't actually being self-conscious. I was being conscious of everybody in the room looking at me. Once I started doing mind body practices in Tai Chi, especially Tai Chi, I became self-conscious where I was just feeling myself move. And then when you're just feeling yourself move and you're just, sinking into your feet, how you move when you're moving from your dantian instead of leading with your head, then I would have looked way cooler in high school. I would have looked way cooler.
So there you
No,
are,
you see,
Frederick.
right there,
Both
you have
Frederick,
hit
both
upon.
David and Bill says that yes, they can actually were made aware of their body and movement. David, let's tell people how to visit your website. So I'm going to bring it up on the screen once again over here. Don't get confused for the people who are trying to find this website. It's TaiJi, Fit.com. If you go there, you can even try it free for a week and you can see different styles, which is on a moving carousel over there. Isn't it wonderful? And
I really,
people can join in free for
I
a week.
really encourage all teachers, like a lot of times as teachers, we think, like I've been doing this for like 50 years now. And, I've fallen into these kind of doldrums where I thought, oh, I already know it all. But when I empty my cup, and then I absorb, like David's teaching here, because I went in on the online classes. And like I said, it changed the way that I teach. And so we can really learn so much from each other. Yeah. And one thing on the proprioception, the science is behind when you practice Tai Chi, your proprioception, which is your awareness of your body in space, dramatically improves, just dramatically improves. Oh, and that was one thing I wanted to mention to Ariel as well. If you go to globaltransformationproject.org and scroll down on the homepage, we have interviews with NCAA championship quarterback of the Michigan State. That was the championship team this year. And he meditates in the end zone before every game. That's how he warms up. He sits in the end zone and meditates because he wants kids to see him doing that. And then I also have videos up there of the Chicago Bulls. The Chicago Bulls they were like there. Nobody has been like the Chicago Bulls dynasty. And Phil Jackson, they called him the Zen master. He taught them all how to meditate, and I have that video up there. So that'd be great for your kids that you're trying to expose to basketball and Tai Chi to see those videos.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bill. Thanks.
So there you are. For those who want to know more about David Dorian Ross, a famous Tai Chi master in America, TaiJi, TAIJI, Fit.com. David, over the next few minutes, 5, 6, 7 minutes, why don't you bring some tips or movements or meditation or anything that you can share for the people who are connected to us on Facebook, website, and YouTube, and then we'll still chit chat, okay?
Got it. I thought about that this whole week about being amongst such a wonderful group of people who have a beautiful intention here. One of the things that is important to recognize is how diverse the current projects and places that everybody is at right now, right? So I think that in recognizing that diversity, we should take advantage of it, and which is one of the reasons why you're doing this, that you're doing right now. So we have this opportunity to share ideas, techniques, information, news with one another. And Bill is actually spot on when he talks about falling into the doldrums. No matter how brilliant you are, no matter how good your teacher is, this is what will happen to you if you have a career, if you have any longevity as a teacher. And how do you get out of that? It's like things like this. And so we should do more of it. This is my point, right? There should be more of these kinds of exchanges where people can maybe, learn from each other and then go include that.
Yeah, I just like to add, uh, when I started doing yoga and different kinds of yogic meditations and things like that, and also when I discovered mindfulness, John Kabat-Zinn and the mindfulness movement, it became so obvious that's what Tai Chi and Qigong are. It's this incredible mindfulness practice. And then you start, and then that incorporated into my teaching where I was focusing more on just getting people to feel. And then when I interviewed the researcher at HeartMath Institute, Roland McCratty, then I realized the power of, just heart presence, just feeling. And then that became, a real focus of my Tai Chi and Qigong. It became, so much more internal because of the things that I had gotten from yoga and these different kinds of meditation. So yeah, I found it profoundly beneficial to get exposed to the kind of people that are on this program.
So I think that Nil and all of you guys are on the right track by putting together a program like this. I think that given the current global political climate, and one of the things that we can see by this recent events in the world is the critical nature of getting together with like-minded entities, whether they're individuals or schools or something like this. That the disconnection of all those things, it's like divide and conquer. So we're all being conquered, and in your case, what you're talking about is our adversary is the global health condition. I don't imagine that there's a single individual or a secret cabal of people who are, hell-bent on keeping the health level of people in the world low. I think I don't think anybody's thinking that way. But it is as if there were, because those are the conditions of health around the world. And so that is our adversary. And that keeps beating us down as long as we're operating individually and without collaboration. So if we learn anything from the global, political, arena right now, it should be that we need to combine forces and have meetings, not councils or committees. Those things are, but at least get together and share ideas, be a forum in a present way like this video gives us.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the beautiful things about being involved in all this over the years is just that connection. We were Dr. Roger Yonka. He did something really huge a few years ago. He, excuse me, he got the National Council on Aging to create a Tai Chi efficacy guide. And he brought in a bunch of experts, about 12 of us, from around the country. And we were all, Native Americans, but there was one teacher that was Chinese. He was originally Chinese and then teaching in America. And so the way they opened it, they asked us, what do you think of the essential parts of Tai Chi? And I was a really pretty young teacher back then. And so, we were all thinking in terms of postural alignment and breathing, management, all these mechanical things. And then the Chinese Tai Chi teacher said, community. He said, community is a huge part of Tai Chi, bringing people together. And he changed my life because, now when I teach classes, I always tell my students, my favorite classes are the ones where I can't get you people to shut up and listen to me because you're all busy talking to each other. So yeah,
that's a wonderful story, Bill. And I think that I've used that story in the past. You told it to us once, 24 Hours of World Peace one, and it's a beautiful story. And I've also shared it with other people. That you did it, and people don't perhaps appreciate that statistically, at least 50% of the benefits that people in the studies that have been done on Tai Chi are deriving is because of the communal effect. Like there is power in just coming together. With our veterans groups, for example, like our intention, our stated, purpose is to have a class where veterans can come and do Tai Chi and get that healing. But we spend, at least sometimes the entire time just bitching about the VA, and that's their healing, right? That's that's their community. And to provide that, and this is a function of the Tai Chi teacher. The Tai Chi teacher must start to see themselves as a community leader, a community builder. This is their primary function. It's not to teach people how to stand up straight, right? It is to provide an environment in which those things can be learned, and that's called community.
You know, another thing that I started doing, because when I was writing the second edition of the Gospel of Science and putting all this science together, there were some shocking things that I came across. And one of them is that violent crime rates in the United States are at 40-year lows. They've been dropping precipitously for 40 years, not just in the United States, but in many countries around the world. And I have all the data in the book, and which is free next Saturday, May 3rd, on Amazon Kindle, Gospel of Science second edition. But and I tell my students this because they're given the impression by popular culture that violence is just out of control and that the world's just going to hell in a handbasket. There's actually been public opinion polls. The majority of people think that violent crime is much worse than it has been. What's interesting is that over these 40 years that violent crime rates have been dropping, mind-body practices like Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga and meditation have been expanding around the planet. And the TM Foundation research has shown that when you have 1% of a city's population high-level meditators, it dramatically reduces the violent crime rates. And so there's this really hopeful, beautiful thing that is unfolding around the planet. But I tell my students, you're never going to see it on the news because the news is fear-based. They figured out that fear sells. And there was actually a CNN executive caught on camera, and he said, yeah, fear sells. He goes, we sell fear. And that's what they figured out. If they trigger these stress chemicals in us, we get addicted to it. It's kind of like a high. And so we keep coming back to get that fear. But the actual reality of the world is much more hopeful and much more beautiful, and people are becoming less violent. And actually the world, you know, of course there's violence in the world. We're upset about it. We should be upset about it, but we got to keep it in perspective because our students, you know, the song, the letting go, the wu wei, the effortless way, it's like if people are holding fear, it's harder to let go and flow. But if you realize that the world is actually pretty beautiful and pretty safe, and the people are really good, and it's just not this horrific apocalyptic thing like you get the impression from the mass media.
Thank you, Bill. Bill, Amrita, there is one more question from social media. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. I think it's Ericsson from Iceland. David, this question is for you. And he's saying, is Tai Chi fit, adaptable, and modified for people over 75 years old? Is it safe? That's what he's asking, David.
Yeah, it's a great question. And the short answer is yes. In the programs that we teach on our website and that I've taught to teachers around the world, there is a concept called teaching to the lowest common denominator. So a very integral part of preparing our instructors is what's known as observation and assessment skills, so that all the time you're teaching or leading or whatever, you're also watching everybody, but not just watching it, you're trying to interpret what you're seeing into a usable way to keep being student-centered with the whole class time. So in order to do that and keep it safe, so your number one, I just said your big job is to be a community builder and the whole thing like that, and then to teach people steps, right? Like actually you have a more primary job, which is to keep people safe. Like that, safety is your number one priority. All right, so on that basis, as I'm watching my class, one of the questions I'm asking myself is, how am I keeping my entire class safe? And the way to do that is to teach to the lowest common denominator in your class. So for me, I always think of my mother-in-law, and I think of like, okay, if Marlene was in my class right now, would this movement be safe, doable, and enjoyable for her? And I'm like, if my answer is yes, then we keep doing more of it. If my answer is no. So when you ask that question about, is it adaptable and appropriate to persons over 75? Absolutely, because we're making your Tai Chi individually for you in the moment.
So Erickson, the answer is yes. Go ahead, maybe visit the website called taijifit.com. You will know more about it. David, stay around. Bill, stay around. What we are going to do now is Bill Douglas's open session now. I'm going to bring CJ Rhodes. She's actually a yoga and she's actually a health guru, but she also knows Tai Chi and Qigong. She's involved in it. Let's welcome her. We'll also invite our Dr. Wai Ching Lee as well. Let's have a chit chat openly, and any questions. CJ, how are you? Namaste and good evening and good greetings to you as well.
I am doing wonderfully, and I am so pleased to see Bill and David Dorian Ross. I love to see you. I love to see all of you, and I know that this is a fabulous program. Thank you all so much for putting it on. I am so pleased to have been involved in World Tai Chi Day for so many years with Bill, so I'm happy to be here.
So CJ, stay around. We're going to come back to you. Amrita, you and Bill have got comment for David. So Amrita, you go first, then we go to Bill, and then we go to Wai Chin. Amrita, over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I welcome you all for this beautiful discussion. In fact, well, what you have been talking about, and David, when you have been talking about community development, this I think is a need of an hour. And this not only will harness a lot of other things, but then the kind of mental health problems people are facing in regards of isolation, in regards of fear that you mentioned about it, the fear that rises inner anxiety among people. And that's why this kind of a thing, which Bill, you were mentioning about the kind of insecurities people are feeling, because of which people are pretty violent, the number of road rage episodes that has increased and the kind of people feel so much apprehended about a lot of things in life which are pretty subtle, but they create gross reactions in their personal life, in the social life, as well as relationship. And in that way, this kind of harnessing these kind of community building things and then working on with the holistic healing therapies is a much need of an hour. I, being a professional in this field of holistic healing and mental health, see people the way these kind of isolated bars we have made around us, and we are not ready to even say share a smile to people because of our inner apprehensions. It's a very important step, and I would like to congratulate all of you for making these things really viable. And definitely I think the democracy of wellness in that way is the need for today. So that's
Yeah,
what I have to say, and congratulate you, David, for that. Yes,
Yeah.
Bill, over to you. Thank you.
That's beautiful, Amrita. And I don't know if I mentioned, I think I did. Your opening was really, really moving. But one of the things that I wanted to suggest to all mind-body teachers is, well, in my book, which is free next Saturday, I have a lot of the data that I'm talking about violent crime rates of 40-year lows, and the planet being vastly less violent than it's ever been before in human history, so that people can have some of that pressure come off of them. But I encourage teachers all over the world to look into the data, because our students, when I sit down in a class, students will tend to talk. I have a lot of older students, and when they start chatting, if they're new students and they kind of don't know how my classes operate, I'll hear them talking about the topics of the day and the violent things that have happened and all that kind of stuff. And so then when I tell them that violent crime rates are at 40-year lows, a lot of them won't believe it. And in fact, some of them, they kind of get angry when you suggest it, because they've invested in this fear-based way of looking at the world that the data doesn't support. The reason it seems like there's more violent crime is because that's the only thing they show on the television. I tell my students, they never come on TV and go, 7,700,799,000 people today were really nice to each other and opened the door and said please and thank you. But that's what happens all over the planet. And what I recommend to my students, to be honest with you, is stop watching mainstream media, because it's all fear-based. And once I walked away from it and I stopped watching it and I started just observing people around me, at stores or in traffic or something, I am continually amazed by how kindly people treat each other. It's such a huge different world from when you sit down in front of that shiny box in the living room and let them present to you what the world is. And if you turn it off and you get away and you start meditating, and getting out and actually observing real human beings, people treat each other incredibly decently. Humans are such a beautiful species, but you never get it from the news.
And Bill, it's a perfect time. You mentioned meditation. So this is what I'm going to propose for a moment. CJ, stay around. David, stay around. We want to chit chat with you as well. Wai Ching, let's bring for 5 to 7 minutes pure, no talk, just pure meditation first, so that we can calm things down and focus ourselves. Then we'll go back to chit chat with CJ, David, Amrita, Sue, whoever puts the hand up. Wai Ching is all yours for 5 to 7 minutes. Bring on the meditation power. Over to you.
Neil, I love you for doing this. You just always put me right on the spot for doing this. And so I assume that he wants me to do a meditation. Actually, David Dorian is already in a meditative pose from his photo. So he precedes me. And what he said about community is so relevant because it is, first of all, communion with the self. And so since you've just invited me to do this, let us have a beautiful communion with self first, with the Wu Ti, with the illimitable, the void, the nothingness, and everything, from which 1,000 things arise. With each breath, we connect even more with Shen, with spirit. And to know that at the time of our births, at the time when the constellation was as it is, we decided to come through, to be incarnated, to be exactly who we are at exactly this time. With the next breath, we fill our lungs with this love, this light from the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets, the elements, the natural forces of which we are, not a part of, but which we are. And take all the elements to every single cell of our bodies as we fill our bodies with light, and as we feel the light matrix in our bodies moving through the meridians, moving through the centers, whatever names we call them, by the treasures, the 3 treasures, or any other names that we have no names. We are just who we are, humans, mortals, incarnate together for love, for peace, and to be in unison, to be in communion when we choose to be. We celebrate our humanness, our oneness, and our diversity. We embrace all those who are not of the same mind and heart, and we lift them up to higher frequencies of beingness. We receive the new codes, the source codes, for this next cycle of bringing in the Tai Chi of life, the Qigong of oneness, onto this planetary realm, this 3rd dimensional realm which we are part of the yin-yang of polarities. And we smile into our hearts and our lips and eyes, and we send this love out to embrace the planet and all of humanity. On this day, we also dedicate the Tai Chi and Qigong Day to humanity every day. Taking the next breath in gratitude and thanksgiving, we send this love out to each other and to all. In the spirit of the essence of Tai Chi and Qigong. So it is. With each out breath.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. You know, one thing I'd like to just mention, segueing off of your meditation, is the science that we collected from the Princeton, the Princeton Pear Labs, and from the TM Foundation research, is that when we go into these coherent states of consciousness, it ripples out. So every time we have a class or every time we meditate, like Amalia's beautiful meditation just now, and we visualize these things, but the science validates all of this. When we go into these coherent states of consciousness, it ripples out. And one of the things that I really loved was when we interviewed Dr. Roger Nelson, who was the 20-year director at Princeton, and over 20 years, they collected data on what's called global consciousness. He has a book. It's called Connected: The Emergence of Global Consciousness. I highly recommend it. And you learn how all this research evolved. And he said in the interview, he said the most exciting thing of his 20 years of research is what they found is that when people go into these states of connection and healing, that's when our consciousness most powerfully affects the global consciousness. And he said, if you stop and think about it, it makes perfect sense. Because when you go into these states, you're going into a state of connection. We were talking about the Chinese Tai Chi teacher at the Council on Aging process that said community, because you go to China and Taiwan, and you always see people doing Tai Chi and Qigong together as a group because they're sensing that coherence that comes when people come together in coherent consciousness, and it ripples out through the society in huge ways. So every time we do this, it's good for us, of course, but it's rippling out through the fabric of the consciousness of the whole planet. And I think we're having a massive effect. Just what we're doing, just our classes, just our, weekly classes, we're transforming the planet in ways that you'll never see it on the news, but it's happening.
So
Thank you, Bill.
This is a phenomenon that's known as rhythmic entrainment, and it occurs in a lot of different kinds of environments and settings, but it's very pertinent to the idea of consciousness. So rhythmic entrainment is what happens when you're, in a group of people or close by somebody who's really good at getting into this state of meditation. This is just one example, one use case, about rhythmic entrainment, which is why when you go study with a great master and you come away and you go, oh my God, it was just so amazing. It was like magic. I was just there with him and I was doing it. And he was doing it. It's like, because you're rhythmically in training with another person who has a high level of skill in getting into that state. So this is the idea of a collective of people who are constantly going into this state, having an impact on the people around you. There's certainly a global effect, but also it's like in proximity to you, your freaking neighbors are benefiting from you doing your Tai Chi. Just think about that.
Yeah. I tell my classes, when we're doing light work, Neigong energy work, I tell them, we're lighting up this whole building because our class will be like one place in a big building, a big office building. And I say, now that's not a burden. We're not trying to do that or anything, but it's a side effect. When we light up, we're lighting up this whole building. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And then, since, my Qigong that I teach is called Infinity Quantum Qigong.
Yeah.
So, I do bring in the quantum mechanics principles aspect when I teach Qigong now, especially to the medical doctors and nurses, is that this is then what we call quantum entanglement. And how real is that?
Yeah. Yep.
That, when we affect one cell with one thought and how it affects, so we have to be pretty watchful and mindful
And
of how we
this is
think.
another aspect of this. The idea of quantum entanglement means that once you've connected, like just once, this is how quantum entangled particles work. Just
Yes.
one engagement, then they're forever connected, no matter how far away they are. On the opposite side of the galaxy, they still immediately interact,
And
when one goes into play.
and everything and everything is entangled because Tai Chi was the union before the Big Bang, when everything was one thing. And so everything is entangled. Everything is entangled.
Mhm. And the
Thank you, Bill. Thank you,
when the
Wai-Ching.
sine waves,
Yeah.
they come together like the yin yang. That's what I see in coherence, because like in heart coherence, you have the sine waves moving this way and then the other way and meeting in the middle. And then, of course, when you flatline, that's when you finally arrive at the Wu Chi. So meanwhile,
Wai-Ching.
that the sine
Wai-Ching.
wave.
Wai-Ching, thank you. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, David. David, people are asking if
Yeah.
you've written books. So yes, you have written books. If you go to eBay, there are plenty of books by David, or just go to his website. And
Yeah,
if
don't
you
get them from
click on
eBay. Go buy, actually
you
buy
don't get
the
Yeah,
books.
Bill, just 1 second, please, because we are attending to social media. I will point
Okay.
to each one of you so we don't talk over each other. So
Yeah, I
David,
just want to make sure that David gets something for his books. So if they get him off eBay, he won't get anything. Go buy him
No,
at
no, that's
a bookseller.
no. My gosh, I had written a few books. Books are not my biggest body of work. My body of work has been in video and television, and now online, et cetera, et cetera. But I went on Amazon once to look up to see if my books were there, and sure enough, people were selling used copies of my books, and there was one of my books that was selling for $145. And I said, when did my stuff get value? Like, this
Well,
is so
when that happened with our book, me and Angie said, why didn't we fill our garage up with these books?
I do
right?
have to tell you though, I have to tell you that it's not really real. People, I mean, sometimes people do buy them for that, but most of the time
Yeah.
that's a price that never gets paid. So
Okay.
it's not really, they do that with highly used books. As a matter of fact, there were several books, Tai Chi, very important Tai Chi books that were in that realm. They were selling for $900, $1,000. They were out of print and they were selling for huge amounts. So what we did was we found the publisher and we asked them if we could republish it. And so we had a volunteer buy one of those really expensive books, or no, actually they found it cheaper. They bought one of the books. They had to cut it apart, cut the binding off, put it through a scanner and scan it, because it was graphical. It's the how to no, my brain's not going to work. How to learn, no, how to grasp bird's tail without speaking Chinese if you don't speak Chinese. It's
I
a
remember that book.
it choreographs every move of the form, and it's absolutely the most gorgeous book. But both the artist and the author were dead, and the publisher gave us the rights to do it. And so now you can go to Amazon and get it for 27 bucks or whatever it is, and all the money gets donated to World Tai Chi Day whenever we get
Wonderful.
that. book
Oh,
was
that's
What's the
to
cool.
donate the
title?
money to World Tai Chi A. And let me, if you give me a second, while you're talking, I'll go look for it and see if I can show you a copy. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that
What's the
Thank
I
you.
title,
think
CJ?
I think that's the title, CJ. I remember that book. That I think you got the title right.
So the good thing is we are publicizing our World Tai Chi there. Whichever method you find, just go to the website. You will get better link to the correct buying books. CJ, you are having Tai Chi and Qigong Festival and Symposium over the next 2-3 minutes. Can you tell us more about it, please?
Sure. I started doing festivals back in 2002 because I missed the Tai Chi Farm. I'm sure many of you have heard about the Tai Chi Farm. Master Joe Samwa ran a huge Tai Chi festival in his farm in Warwick, New York, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I didn't get introduced to it until the 90s because I didn't start Tai Chi till 1990. But one of my teachers took me to the Tai Chi farm in 1990, I don't know, 96, I think. And I went for 3 years in a row, and then Master Joe passed away, so I couldn't go anymore. And I really, really missed it because it was such a wonderful event. And so I've been running Tai Chi festivals ever since. But this is only the second year that we're actually able to do it in Warwick, New York. Now we can't do it at the original farm, of course, because that was sold and it's a housing development now. But we found this fabulous camp in the town of Warwick, New York, called Mount Lake Park. And so it was 2 years ago. We did it in 2023, and now we're doing it this year. We're hoping to make it an annual event. But basically we have on Thursday, we have what's called intensive. So we have 4 fabulous instructors who each have their own intensive. So people come in and learn from them all day long. And we also have on Friday, we have the Zheng Sung Feng panels. A Zheng Sung Feng panel is a panel where we honor our ancestors, honor those that have come before us. And Master Zhou Samwa is the first one in the morning. And then we're doing Professor Chen Man Ching. And then we're doing, of course, I should have had this right in front of me because my brain doesn't work. Let me see. We're doing.
CJ, I'm bringing it up for you.
Could you bring it up? That would be great.
Please tell me if
website.
this is the right one, please. Over to you, CJ.
Okay, so yeah, that's one. If you could click on workshops, we'll have the names of everyone. So click on workshops. It's, scroll down to the workshops. No, I meant on in the menu. Go to the menu. There's a menu choice that says workshops.
Okay, I'm not able to get there
over on the left.
Yeah, we'll try to find that. Carry on talking.
Okay. Well, at any rate, it's Steve Higgins is one of the legacy panels, and the Effie Chow, Bill Douglas is going to be on the Effie Chow panel. And my brain's not working on BP Chan, who is a wonderful teacher at the farm. He has a very, very a local following, but he's Ron Lambert recently wrote a book on him. So these are the legacy panels that we're going to be having. And then on Saturday and Sunday are the workshops, and we have a huge number of fabulous workshop leaders. You can see the list there: Mark Sabin, Ron Lambert, Rich Morantz, John Lupos, Roger Yanka, Bill Douglas, of course, is going to be doing one, although he's doing his Zoom on Zoom. So there's a Zoom component for the festival and a live component. So you don't have to come in person. You can also sign up for the Zoom, and that gives you the ability to see one workshop all day Saturday and Sunday. All the legacy panels are all available. The intensives aren't available then.
Let's remind people that it is in person and on Zoom too. From June 26th to June 30th inclusively in Warwick in United States. It's a nice, lovely park. I believe is right. Lake Park, is that right?
Yeah, Mount Lake
Park.
Lake
Park, yes. Seems very exciting and is very beautiful. CJ will still remind people a bit later I want to concentrate on the global transformation project now. So, Bill, over the next 5-10 minutes, could you tell us where we are and how we're doing with the global transformation project? Over to you, Bill.
Yeah. Well, we've got about 2,000 signatures on the petition, and we've kind of maxed out there. And so now we're just waiting for the global mind body community to catch a fever and start getting signatures on the petition. Once we get 100,000, me and Angie are committed to contacting every United Nations mission on the planet. And, and we've got a record. I mean, with World Tai Chi Day, we got government bodies all over the planet to officially proclaim World Tai Chi Day and to recommend Tai Chi and Qigong and mind body for their citizens. But me and Angie, we just can't invest the amount of work that it would take to do all that if we don't have the soul force of the mind body community behind us. And we don't know, we know that it'll happen. We just don't know the timeline on it. I hope it happens while I'm still alive and I can still do it. That's my main hope. But yeah, it's at some point, we just assume that it'll catch fire because it's just so obvious that it would solve so many of the problems on the planet, and it would save trillions of dollars at a time when everybody's economy could use trillions of dollars, and just create a much more compassionate and empathetic planet. Because when people go into alpha state on a regular basis, it increases the empathy and compassion parts of their brain, and it shrinks the stress fear parts of the brain. I mean, literally, physically, neuroplasticity, it changes the brain. And so to have that, that calmness and coherence spread around the planet by kids doing that would be such a huge thing. So that's kind of where we're at. We just need to get petition signatures on it. And one thing I'd be curious about, to be honest with you, is just kind of open this up and just see what people think. What do you think would be some of the ramifications of having, hundreds of billions of school kids all over the planet doing mind body 1 hour a day, 5 days a week?
Well, Bill,
Meanwhile, Bill, let's show a bit of the website, and if you can remind people how to connect to the website. This is the right one, is that right?
Let's see. Yes, this is it. Yep, it's globaltransformationproject.org. And
so even if you just put on your browser Global Transformation Project, you will see it appears on the top. We don't even have to wait for 100,000 signatures. If it's there, do it. But if you can lobby in whichever area you are in, just garner this support, because there is other way of going around it. It's the lobbying way. But let's get signatures, and if not, let's lobby. And every Qigong, Tai Chi, or even health episodes in person, Zoom, just tell people to garner some support. Over to you.
Yeah, before I have a kind of an interesting, amusing thing about the website. I went on Grok and I asked Grok, what's the Global Transformation Project? And it was beautiful. I mean, it was all glowing. And then it got down to the last part and it said, but they claim that this would change planetary consciousness and reduce crime and stuff like that, but they don't provide any data for it. And so that really ticked me off, because, the Gospel of Science second edition, it's free next Saturday on Amazon, unless Amazon screws me up on it on Kindle. And it has all this data and all the science that shows. And so it really ticked me off that night. And then the next morning when I woke up, something popped in my head and said, well, just go create a page there and put all the science on there. And so I went in and I put all the science on there, and then I went back to ask Grok again. And Grok had dropped that accusation that we didn't have the science, but it also dropped the concept that it would change the planet. So it didn't acknowledge that, yes, they did provide the data that showed that it would do that. So anyway, we're still working that AI thing out. But yeah, it's, the thing that I found with it is, and this was true for me too. It's like, I'm not immune to this. When I first started putting all this science together and the vision of, just how it's so obvious, it is so incredibly obvious that this should be part of public education. Because, just from an education standpoint, the research shows regular meditators' IQs go up 20 points. Their GRE reading scores improve, their math proficiency skills improve, their verbal fluency improves, their test scores go up. CJ did some great research on students doing Qigong and doing better on the test than the students that did aerobic exercise, and better than the students that studied. And this gets replicated again and again and again and again. So it's so obvious. But the thing, when when it all first started coming together, I was constantly filled with doubt, and I'd get challenged by people, about the impracticality of it, or the pie in the sky, or the ponies and rainbows. But I was undaunted because I kept having to immerse myself in the science, with the process of this. But I went through this where it just took me a long time to really kind of wrap my head around it, because it's such a huge, it has such huge implications. But now I'm at the point now where actually I just put a video up. Somebody sent me a video on Facebook, and it was this little girl that was trying to get up on this little pony. And she would just try to get up on that little pony, and then she'd slip off. And this just went on and on and on for like 5-10 minutes, this little girl. And finally, she got a leg over that pony, and she got up on that pony. And so I started spreading that video through my social media. And I said, this is me trying to get mind-body practices through a UN resolution into public education. This is all I can do. It's so obvious. It's so clear. I can't do anything but this. I can't do anything but just keep repeating, hey, we should be doing this. Hey, we should be doing this. Hey, we should be doing this. And if enough of us start doing that, it'll just happen. I know it's going to happen someday, because it's just, when I taught at Folsom Prison, I thought I was going to be introducing them to mind-body practices. But I found out when I got there that they had a Tai Chi Qigong program for 2 years. Judith Trethway, she's the one that got that program going. And there was he was an assistant student. He was an inmate, but he was kind of an assistant teacher in the program, James Heckel. And he's out of Folsom now. He's a Qigong teacher, Tai Chi Qigong teacher. But anyway, he wrote extensively on this, and I published it in the World Tai Chi Day website and newsletter. But anyway, he said that during the 2 years of their program, he'd been watching prison statistics. And for the Qigong, the Tai Chi Qigong group, their recidivism rate, their return to prison rate went from 70% down to 30%. That's huge, 70% down to 30%. We could be emptying our prisons, is what that told me. But the other thing that was so huge was that he said that during that 2 years, the behavior rates, they call them incident rates, they had improved for the whole prison, which goes to that TM research where you just have, if you have a small percentage. So the thing is, we could be emptying our prison. And for the United States, that's a really huge deal, because the United States imprisons more of our people than any country on the planet. We're number one in prison. And what's amazing about it is when you look at the data and you see that violent crime rates are 40-year lows, why are we imprisoning the max, more people than we've ever imprisoned before when our violent crime rates are 40-year lows? It makes no rational sense. And all this data and these experiences, what it all shows is we could, if public school kids were getting 1 hour a day mind body, we would be virtually emptying our prisons, and that would save trillions of dollars over a period of time as well, year after year after year, and just creating, just a more coherent society. Because when these people go to prison, it wrecks their whole family. It doesn't just wreck them, it wrecks their whole family. And our prison system is not a rehabilitation program. I've been teaching kind of in and around prisons since I did that Folsom thing. I correspond with prisoners. I corresponded with a couple of them for years. One of them I continue to. And yeah, there's no attempt to rehabilitate prisoners. In fact, one prisoner was in Lansing prison in Kansas that I was communicating with, and the other one's in a Texas penitentiary. And they took away all their mind-body books. See, that's how I connected with them. They got the Complete Idiot's Guide to Tai Chi and Qigong, and then they wrote me letters, and then that's how I started the correspondence with them. And yeah, they took away, in both Lansing and Texas, they took away all their mind-body books. And since the pandemic, they lock them down tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, where they don't even have room to do Tai Chi. And the Apodaca prison in Mexico, they had one of the most violent, this is all in my book that's free next week, but they had one of the most violent incidents in Mexican prison history, and they taught the whole prison how to meditate. Prison guards, inmates, administration, warden, everybody learned how to meditate. Haven't had a major violent incident since that happened. Yeah, go ahead.
You say something very important, Bill, is that It's the officers, the wardens, the administrators, the
Mhm.
judges,
Yes.
and all those people that have to meditate, because especially in the US, where it's notorious that the prisons are private institutions.
Yes,
They're
money making.
profit-making institutions. It's them who need to meditate.
They've actually arrested judges who have been getting paid off by the
Yes,
prison industry to give kids these horrific sentences, and a lot of them
exactly.
committed suicide.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that
We know
happened here
that.
in Pennsylvania. We locally,
Yeah,
we
right.
had
I heard
we
about
had
that.
people who actually were basically pushing crimes that weren't real crimes, marijuana, a couple of
Yeah.
joints. They send
Yes.
them to prison. Why do they send them to prison for a couple of joints? Because they're making money for every single person that they
Exactly.
send, and they're paying
Yeah.
the judge for
See,
every
that's
single person that the judge sends to them.
see, that's
So
one of the
luckily they found them, they put them in jail, they fined them, they did that. But
that's one of the
here's the
reasons.
thing, right? Let me finish, Bill. One of the things that is even more important is studies show that when, and I'm not going to talk about the prisons because the study wasn't on a prison; it was on a healthcare, on a senior a senior nursing home. But when the people in the nursing home did Tai Chi and Qigong, the administrators and caregivers and the people that worked there had less stress.
Yeah.
So they don't have to do the meditation themselves if people around them are doing the meditations.
Yeah.
Because it's like we've said, your neighbors benefit. And of course,
Yeah.
this particular study was trying to eliminate burnout of the people who are working in the nursing homes, because that's a real major problem, is burnout. And so they wanted to find a way to decrease burnout, and so they introduced the Tai Chi, and they discovered that the people who worked there didn't actually have to do it, but the residents did. And if the residents did Tai Chi, their behavior was better, and that in turn caused the administrators and the caregivers behavior, basically their stress levels went down. So it's important.
I tell my students,
Interesting.
share my meditation video with your coworkers because it will make your life easier.
Right. So thank you, Bill. Thank you, CJ. CJ, just one correction. Samantha from Birmingham says that this event is not in Warwick. So I want to correct her. It is not Warwick in United Kingdom Midlands. It is Warwick in New York in United States of America. So sorry, Samantha, maybe if it comes to Warwick in UK, you might be able to join it next year. But right now, this is happening on June 26th.
Hey, CJ will go on the road anytime. CJ will he'll pack up that circus and be there.
It's in her name. It's
Before
in her
you know
name.
it.
Once again, just to remind people, this is happening on June 26th to 30th in Warwick, in New York, in United States of America. Sorry for the people in UK if you thought it was Warwick.
Well, except the people in UK can come on Zoom, because we do have it on Zoom as well. So
well, you can put on social media. If you just go to Bill or CJ, you are connected to us as well. We'll put it on the social media. I just want to change
It's a
a
great
bit of
program.
subject over here. Let's go to Wai Ching Lee over there in Malaysia before she goes to sleep. Wai Ching, tell us a bit about Infinity Quantum Qigong. So if you could tell us for 5 minutes about Infinity Qigong, and if you can bring some tips or even show some style or method, less people on the social media enjoy that for the next 5-6 minutes, and then we go back to the chit chat. Over to you, Wai Ching Lee.
Hey, so seems like I'm prepared somewhat.
Go ahead.
So, guess that should have been there. Oh, wait a minute. Could I share?
You're a co-host. You should be able to.
Okay.
And meanwhile, keep on talking. So Wai Ching Lee, who is in Malaysia at the moment, she is also a wellness, well-being mentor. If you can't share, just talk about it, Wai Ching.
Yeah, I can. And can you see?
No, we can't because you are not. Yes, it's coming now.
Okay.
And if you maximize, so we don't see your, yes, just maximize the screen, please.
Maximize the screen, so I can do
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Or just
With
press the F. Yeah, there you go.
It's
Yeah, there we
perfect
go.
now. Go ahead.
Well, yes, thank you for asking me to share because I felt I wanted to actually give more precedence to Bill, but to open it was not appropriate. I felt no, I tried to close this one. Can you see the advanced sharing options that is it showing up that way?
No,
Is
you
it
are on a frozen screen where it says Nikola Tesla if you want to find secrets of universe.
Yes,
You need to
okay.
move it. You need to move it on your left bar. If it's a PowerPoint, you need to flip it one by one.
Right. I can't wait a minute. I can't.
Okay, no worry, Wai Ching. You can
You
stop.
might have
move
to
this
click
one,
on
but
it. Just
never
click
mind.
on it first, Amalia.
I'm trying to
Click
get
on
my
it, and then you can down arrow to get to the next one.
Oops, I'm trying to get to close
Yep.
it.
If
All
you
right, never mind. It's fine. Is that so you can see that Qigong is the frequency and vibration. And usually I show a model of our bodies, a bioenergetic model of our multidimensional self. And here we have a physical substrate. And this is thanks to Alex Gray, who gave me permission for using all these slides. And so we all know about this, that perhaps it's for those who are newbies to Qigong, is that we are physical bodies, but also we are energy bodies that is called by many different names: Tandian, meridians, chakric, nadi systems, the auric and orgone fields, and the fascia, which the liquid light matrix runs through. So this is actually who we are, which is this beautiful weaving of etheric light lattice with our centers of consciousness. And on another level, beyond all that, this is our beautiful soul matrix configuration in spirals and figure eights. And this is what I've seen in the inner vision. And I have been, of course, told that this is what acupuncturists see in the ancient days of charting out the meridians. And of course, my background is that my great-grandfather was a TCM practitioner in Malaysia to the Sultan of Selangor. So somehow it's in my blood to come to this understanding. And in meditation, one day I'll make it fast, is that I started seeing the yin yang in different configurations like this. It was all spinning one way and then the other way. And then also, in a convex and concave manner. So it was spinning in all the different directions. And while it was spinning, I could feel it spinning in my cells. And then I also observed that the vortex or the vortices was just spinning within me, and I was going into a vibrational field, and I was feeling the trembling or the frisson of the qi going through me. So this is part of the practice that occurred in my own bodies, and actually that also happened with seeing the toroidal field around myself. So this was all in the inner vision. And going into the field, into the yin yang, and also coming out of it as a way of understanding what's happening with my own body. So I felt that there was the Tao, the aspect of the fullness where nothingness was felt. And then it came through the supreme, which I recognize as the Tai Chi. Of course, I put the terminology together with the feeling aspects. And then finally into the yin yang when we practice Tai Chi and the energy rises and descends by itself. And once we connect with the Tai Chi, and of course, the different movements and how it expresses himself into Bagua and hexagrams and into life. And these I recognize as codes of universe. And as I heard the voice telling me to call it the quantum field, I question it. But actually, I started doing a little bit of research, and then lo and behold, it was indeed that. And how I felt the center is the 0 point, and experiencing the void as a black hole and a black hole. And then starting to see all these wonderful crop circles with the yin yang. And I felt that it was truly a message from my stellar, my interstellar self and galactic self, that I recognize this truly in my beingness. And this is how I learned. I can't learn anything else except that. So it started developing what I felt was the infinity Qigong, and I was told to call it quantum. And of course, I resisted that for a while. And because I thought, well, quantum belongs to the scientists. But I was told just to do that, and it will reveal itself, as it always does. So this is, oh, I can do that now. This is a video that I made. Can you hear the sound?
No, you're not sharing it. You need to share it, and then you need to share the sound as well.
Oh, okay. So I have to, but before that, you could hear me, right?
We heard you, not your presentation, but we heard your talk.
Oh, you didn't see anything?
No, we didn't
Yes,
see it.
Sharon, I mean, Wai Ching, we've been telling you, you are not sharing your screen.
Yeah, we're seeing
So
you.
don't worry about that. If you want to play the video, share screen and tick the play sound, okay? There's no
Oh,
copyright in there, is that
I
right?
know that was the very beginning, but
There is no copyright, is that right?
no, that's my call, right?
Yeah, go ahead. So what you do, share the video, see, make sure it's on your screen, and share, tick the
Sound.
play sound, okay?
Do the play.
It'll have a
Yes,
little-
and now share the screen. And
Can
then
you
play the video.
It'll have a little box that'll say sound when you click to share.
click the share?
Okay,
Yeah,
what you do,
Second, one
writing the,
second, I've got it. I've got it. Like share. I can only see host all participants, host only.
There'd be a little
share.
box for sound. Share sound.
once you share screen, you will see the video. If you see the video, either on the top right or bottom left, it will say tick for
Ah.
play sound.
Yes, I've got it.
Now share and play.
Okay. And it's too bad that you didn't see the other slides. Oh, okay. And then it's not.
Yeah, there we go.
You can see it now.
Yes, maximize the screen. And have you shared the sound? Okay,
Yes.
this is PowerPoint.
Okay. You didn't. Should I run through the rest?
No, that's fine. Play the video. Bring the video. Bring the video.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Here we go.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. That's the genesis of this.
And if you maximize the screen, look, yeah, that's it. Maximize.
Thank you. We should tell me. I can't maximize.
Infinity Quantum Qigong start.
Good enough. If you play now.
You're right. That should be fine.
It's not playing though. You need to click play or something.
Is it playing?
Infinity Quantum Qigong started when
Yes.
I saw
It's not playing on what you are sharing, Wai Ching.
from the tree line.
It's playing on your screen.
Okay. So you can see this.
But it's not maximized yet.
Okay. Doesn't.
Maybe if you click on the YouTube. Click on the YouTube thing.
Yeah,
down
you
there.
you can't play a YouTube through a PowerPoint on a Zoom. It's just
There
too
you go.
many
Click on
levels.
Yeah.
Click on the
If you
YouTube.
go to the YouTube site and play it directly
No,
from
If you
YouTube.
just
Here we
click
go.
on that YouTube where
Okay.
it says YouTube down there,
Thank you, guys.
Okay, no panic.
Can you
Just
see
switch
it
it
now?
off.
Here we
Just
go.
switch it.
click on YouTube.
Stop. Wai
Here we
Ching,
go.
stop screen share, please. Just stop the screen share.
Okay, can you do it now?
Quantum Qigong started when I
Can you
saw
hear it
these
now?
strands of
Yeah.
light
We can hear it. You are not playing it with
flying
us.
in the sky, and they were intersecting, forming
Okay, that's
intricate
fine. If you stop it at your end, Wai Ching, stop at your end because the sound is coming.
waves now, and they were intersecting.
Okay, let's go into chit chat. Wai Ching,
Close, I
stop
felt
it
this
at your end, please.
deep
Okay,
vibration.
I'll mute her. Okay,
Yeah,
fine, we can't hear. So
we're
Bill,
all
while
learning.
Wai Ching is sorting that out,
We're all learning.
let's keep on chit chatting. There is no problem because we have got audience connected to us on the social media. So
You know,
that's fine.
You
So
know,
let's
let me jump in here because I think this is like really like a basic critical thing here. Like I can see
Okay,
exactly
we should
like
have left it at that.
I think I can see Wai Ching's process here and how she in her level of comfort and expertise with this. I can see that she's
Oh.
done this many
moving
times
away,
before, but it didn't
and there
come
was a
through, did
rush
it?
of energy going.
So every teacher here, if we're really considering a global impact,
in a
needs to
straight
be
line,
able
like
to
coming back to
master
the center.
the ability to use the communication technology that reaches a global audience. And CJ is so good at this. Like if I would lobby to have CJ do a workshop for everybody on, you know, putting CJ on the spot here. Maybe she doesn't want to do it, but I'd like somebody like CJ who's really, really good at this. She is an expert at the technology here. She's developed for those who don't know, she developed, I think she's the current version, or at least one of the versions of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day website. Like she made all that happen. Like, so this is a valuable teacher that we should leverage to make sure everybody has a mastery level of using these communication platforms like Zoom and share screen and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, we are continuing to struggle to get our message out to the audience that we want to receive. Your students in your class, Bill, don't need your global Qigong effort. They already have you, right? Wai Ching, your patients don't need your global Qigong effort. They already have you. We want to reach people that we haven't been talking to, and for that we need this technological platform.
Thank you, David. And I'll tell you what, if you partner with me, I will be happy to offer a worldwide how to teach how to teach Tai Chi on Zoom class. When COVID hit, none of the faculty members at Kutztown University were cognizant of any of this technology. And so the university asked me to teach all of them how to use it, because of course I've been using it for years. I would love to do that. And so if you, David, if you partner with me on that, we can do that.
Yeah.
And I'll be happy to do that.
I'd be happy
I'm so
to.
glad that my dilemma has come to something good.
Yeah, they always do, don't they? Yeah,
There's
the dilemma is always
there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. So look, CJ, you, David, William, Wai Ching, we've all agreed that let's bring a global platform again. We are always here to support you. We can even host it for you. Let's just bring in, because at Healing Our Earth, we like family uniting, creating projects for the betterment of better communities and humanity. So it's a good idea that we can just bring it over here. Wai Ching, what you can do in the chat, just throw the YouTube link you want to show. We might be able to help you. Just throw the YouTube link that you want to show on the chat, okay? So let's carry on talking again over here.
David,
some good. Yes, Bill, we'll come to you. We'll point them to you so
sorry.
that you can talk. What we do, let's bring out, because more than just because we are not a webinar, we are on Healing Our Earth, where the audience are outside. I'm going to go around each one of you for a minute or two. If you can give your best tips for Tai Chi or Qigong that you know, or how people can get interested in, or how they can break into it, it'd be very good. So let's start with you, David. David, how can you encourage people to take Tai Chi or Qigong?
Play fun music.
Fun music?
Yeah, this is like an overlooked aspect of how to entice people into your programs. And I'll just give you the contrast so you can really appreciate the difference. For years, I tried to teach Tai Chi in fitness environments and all kinds of places, community centers, and we played these lovely, like classical music or Chinese music or something like this, and new age music, spa music. And I would see people like walking by our open, they always leave the doors open, so walking by our classroom, and they're like against the opposite side of the wall because I don't want to get close to those freaks over there and whatever they're doing. And then I was like personally just tired of that kind of music. So I started playing things that I like, like Marvin Gaye and, and Sublime and stuff like that in my classes. And then, first of all, a lot of people go like, what are you doing? I can't, like, why are you playing this music? But the people who walked by the classroom now came to look inside the door and walked in. Before you can have any impact, you must get people's attention. And music plays such a powerful, people's association with fun, with enjoyment. There's this wonderful quote by Spinoza about what is pleasure. I'll read it to you really quickly. Pleasure is the transition of a person from a less state of perfection to a state of greater perfection.
Beautiful.
And so there is a sort of pleasure of the body that we call excitement. And when you play really like lively music, people get excited, right? And which is an indication of the transition from a lesser state of perfection to a higher state of perfection. And now they're like, this is where I want to be.
Yeah.
That's how that's one tactic for getting people into your Tai Chi
Yeah,
class.
I've thought for years, I've been planning to have my phone or something set up with a speaker. And at the end of every class, right at the end, right after we finish Grand Terminus and everybody's all shiny and glowing, the Beatles' "Good Day Sunshine" would come on. And then everybody walk out of class, "Good day, sunshine."
Well,
So
I
David
actually
says,
teach
David,
Qigong.
Uh-huh.
I actually teach the Qigong, the standing Wuji stance and the alignment, all that before I go into the aesthetic dance aspect of my work. So I play we get some acoustics as well, and then we move into aesthetic dance and then bring it up with some techno. And then so I've done something called techno Tai Chi, and the kids love it. And so it's like really moving in slow motion to the so they love it.
Here's an invitation for all of you is to go onto YouTube and search up the movie Hair. In the first opening 10 minutes, they play um, uh, Let the Sunshine In.
Age of Aquarius.
Age of Aquarius, thank you.
I'm an Aquarius.
And all the people in that scene are doing hippie Tai Chi.
Yeah.
And you've got to watch, like, that's the way we should all be doing it. Not that you have to abandon your style or whatever, but the feeling that's coming out.
Yeah.
That's what every
David, wait until you see Sharon Rose's Quantum Chi that's about to come out. And Wai Ching, she's part of. Now I can't remember. Are you the one that's doing that kind of wave qigong? Was that you? Yeah, I've been showing that to my students.
Producer.
I don't have it perfected, but yeah, this documentary, the whole mind body community needs to make this documentary a huge success because you cannot. Sharon Rose has this incredible cinematic skill to take you into this flow state watching, and Master Lee and Wai Ching, it's like they just take you into the state while you're watching this. And if we should make that a huge success because anybody that watches that, if they don't do Qigong and Tai Chi, after they watch it, they're going to be thinking, wow, I need to start doing that. And for those of us that do it, it'll leave us with the feeling of, wow, I need to be doing this more. I need to be in my practice more.
So here's a thought for you. Like, if you look at, and even Bill, I'm going to call you out on this. So we as we try to promote the benefits of our practices, we tend to focus on all of these very traditional kinds of touch points. The talking points are about the health benefits. The talking points are about the energetic benefits. The talking points are about the moral benefits of our practice, right? Nobody gives a good gosh darn about any of that. Instead, what is attractive is what Wai Ching is doing. What you've just described is like, I want to see that documentary right now. I want to spend the rest of the day watching that. Like, that's interesting, right? The people who are interested in all of these traditional talking points don't need to be convinced. They're already here, right? The people who are not already here are the ones who are like, well, I don't know about Tai Chi, but I dig music, and she's very, you know, attractive doing the dance. Like, who cares what gets them in the door?
Right.
Right.
And I think one of the other most important things, I'm going to say two things that didn't even come from me. It came from Bill. Talked about how a great class is when the people are talking so much that they overtalk him. That do not discount the social aspect of Tai Chi. They're getting with people, you know, once or twice or three times a week, just having that statement, oh, how are things going? That's a super important part of Tai Chi. And research shows that. I mean, you got to look at the research to see what aspects of Tai Chi, and granted, yeah, you get that in exercise classes too. Yes, but Tai Chi gives you this additional, you know, the magic triumphant of Tai Chi is the, according to research, is the deep breathing, the focused intention, and the slow movements. That combination, it doesn't even matter what movements they are, that combination is what provides the brain chemistry change in order to enable the health aspect, you know, the vagus nerve to relax and the lungs to increase and the heart rate to slow and all those wonderful things that had the brain waves to switch over to alpha wave. All of these wonderful physical benefits occur because of that magic combination. So that is more magic than anything else, but people don't recognize that until they've done it. So to get them, you need absolutely music. Dr. Yang Yang always has Michael Jackson. The last bit of his class was always Michael Jackson, and we would do the salsa all around the room. You know, that was really great. And that's when I realized how much I think music is really important. The other one came from you, David, where you, in your teaching, when you teach your teachers, you make sure they know not to correct the people doing Tai Chi. Because now I grew up in I love being corrected. That's me. I'm an esoteric, weird person who fell in love with Tai Chi long before anybody else did. And I like to be corrected. I want to do it perfectly. To me, that is the whole goal of this esoteric thing. But most people are not like me. Most people just want to go have a good time, say hi to their friends, and they want to hear music and do something fun. That's what they want to do. And that's what DDR, your classes, the classes of your students are more like that than others, which is why they are more popular, I think. And here's the problem. You've got these certain people in the world of Tai Chi Chuan, I love them as well dearly, that say, oh no, that you can't make it easy. You can't make it accessible. That's not Tai Chi. You know, you gotta make it hard. You gotta make sure they know and do it exactly, because if they do, and I love those people dearly because I'm one of those in terms of loving the art itself. But I know from personal experience that there are very few people in the world that love that art like that. And that if we want to spread Tai Chi and Qigong, we need to spread it in a way that makes people have fun, enjoy themselves. And then once they feel the health benefits, they'll keep coming back for the health benefits. That's what we have to do.
I was at a Tai Chi conference one time, and we were all sitting around having lunch, a bunch of Tai Chi teachers. And one of them said, he said, I never move my students to the second movement until we perfect the first movement. And then one of the teachers said, well, if I did that, we'd never get to the second movement. And everybody laughed because
It's true. It's absolutely true.
but
So this is
earlier,
this is to
David,
be expected by people who are passionate about whatever is their study. They get a bit anachronistic, and it's like this is my narrow point of view, and we can love them and we can appreciate them, but we have to ignore them. We cannot be bound, even from the heads of the 5 families. We cannot be bound by the tradition if, and this is the big condition, right? This is the qualifier. If our intention is to have a global expansion of participation, right? Because the traditional way and all of the reasons why it was culturally protected in that way are no longer, applicable. They're moot, right? We don't live in that world anymore.
Yeah.
And so if you want increased participation, you have to, you have to ignore the people who say it has to be, and plus it's like, give me a fucking break. Like I have no talent at Tai Chi at all. The only way I'm any good at Tai Chi is because I just, I work so hard at it. And if you're telling people, and I'm still terrible, and if you're telling people, like you have to be perfect at it, you have to do it this right, it's like nobody's ever gonna, I'm only still here because I'm nuts, just like CJ says.
Yeah. Well, and I've done Qigong into like put together somatic education together for a long time. And that means like a free flow, a free form that went into ecstasy. And so I have my own brand that's called Transcendence. So you got to move away from the classic that people expect you to do. That's why I don't teach Tai Chi, because in Singapore, you have to go through a test by panels to make sure that you are teaching it correctly,
Yeah. See,
and I'm just like, find your own chi first, go with the flow of your own chi.
I don't support any regimentation of Tai Chi and Qigong, because looking back, if there had been like a regimentation system when I started teaching, I would have never been able to teach. And I've changed, and we've all changed so many people's lives. We've gotten people off of hypertension meds and diabetes meds and, life-altering things. We've all had that experience. And none of that, for me, none of that would have happened if there would have been a regimented thing, because I was taught in a very unorthodox fashion, with Neigong energy meditation and all that. And, I wasn't familiar with a lot of the mechanics, but what I've come to terms with, observing all this, from the perspective of World Tai Chi Day, is that I've come to the point where I'm not in any of the arguments, because I'm so glad there are people that are really dedicated to keeping some pure traditional aspect of this stuff. I'm glad they're there doing that, but I'm not doing that. I want to change the world, because the world needs this stuff so bad, especially since the pandemic. Everybody's dealing with post-pandemic stress disorder, and the ones that don't admit that are the ones that are dealing with it the most. That's what I found. And it's really, it kind of shattered people's consciousness to be separated from people and not be able to see people's faces and all this, and not be able to touch each other. Because in my Tai Chi and Qigong classes, we would do this thing at the end of the class where we'd form a big circle, and then we'd turn sideways and we'd all start pounding each other on the back and the shoulders, and then we'd rub the shoulders, and you just, whatever you got behind you, you would pass on to the person in front of you. And then, it was like a big group massage kind of thing. All that shut down, and it really shattered people and people's consciousness. They're having a real hard time being present since the pandemic. And so, it's like the ground is so fertile for this stuff to be such a balm and solving, soothing balm to, as many people as we can get it out to.
So Bill, thank you very much. Shortly, I think Siobhan is there out in a person meeting over there for the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. We're trying to raise her. She is connected here. Siobhan, if you can hear me, please put your video on. We would like to say hello to all group over there. If you can hear us, please put the video on and show us what's happening there. David, while Siobhan, yeah, she's there.
Elbow.
Can you put the video on, Siobhan?
But it also has one of the 8 energies. Hi.
Yes,
Can we
Yvonne,
all
can.
say hi to, I don't think the camera, I'm so sorry.
No. Good. So you're speaking.
Okay, everybody, Bill Douglas and Angela Douglas, and so many people are online. I hope they can you hear us, Neil?
We can hear you loud and clear. Try to see if you can put your video on. We want to see.
Okay, I do. Okay, start my video. It
Yes,
says it's unable to access the camera. I'm so sorry, but we're a large group here, and everybody, we're a World Tai Chi Qigong Day event in Pennsylvania. Can everybody just say hi?
so we can hear
How
you.
about she?
Siobhan, what you can do,
So
try to
we want to
connect back.
Bill and Angela Douglas for creating this day, and I apologize that I'm not technically savvy, but thank you so much, and let me know when you want me to introduce Jeff. Thank you.
Hey,
So
Siobhan,
No.
Siobhan, I just say hi. Hi, Siobhan. I'm supposed to be there, so I am not there because I'm here. Just letting you know.
Siobhan, Bill is here as well, as is Wai Ching, as is David. Just before, if you can sign back in with your video on, and yes, it is time for Jeff Dunes to come in as well in his retreat. It is your slot. So what you do, if you sign out, sign back in with the video on, so we can see and also bring Jeff as well. Over to you, Siobhan. Did you read me? Over. Maybe Siobhan, let me see if we can messenger her. So William, just one moment. David, you mentioned about global connection. Can you clarify? And I want the same question answered by Bill and Wai Ching when I point to you. David, what does global mean to you? Do you mean conference, competition, festival, or retreat? Because online, we are already globally connected. You guys are. Healing Our Earth is connected to 186 countries. So it's different people. So David, first, what is your thought on global? Then we go to William, and then we go to Wai Ching and CJ. Over to you, David.
So the answer is that you have to be on all of those platforms. You have to be doing all of those things: conferences, workshops, online classes. Like now, because of the spread of people into sort of silos of attention, and so right now, if you want to really spread your message, you have to go into those silos, and that means all these different platforms and different forms of event. Now, in the past, that was such a daunting experience. I even heard Bill mention a little bit ago about how he's only one guy, he can only do so much. But the technology has advanced now to the point where we have, and I'm talking about in just the last couple of months, just since the beginning of 2025, technology has zoomed ahead with tools that will allow us to do this, even if you're a solopreneur, if you're holding forth in Malaysia, you can still create all of these kinds of events on all these different silos. And so when I talk about a global reach, if your vision is that large, then you have to be on all of those different types of events. That's what I mean by global. I hope that was to your point. I'm not sure that was what you asked.
And Bill, for 1 minute, if you could tell us what's your vision: conference, in-person, festival, retreat, and where globally do you think? London, New York, Mumbai, what are you thinking? And Jeff is here, so we'll be going to him. Over to you, Bill, for 1 minute.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, it's like my main focus is just to get signatures on this petition, and so I'm hoping that whatever is going on out there, what we've tried to do is we've tried to support, everything that everybody's doing. So the conferences that everybody's doing, we try to get it out to our World Tai Chi and Qigong Day community. because we just want to help everybody grow everything that they're doing. So anything that's going on out there, send it to us at worldtaichiday.org, and then we'll put it in our newsletter and share it out there. What our vision is right now from our perspective is we're just hoping that everybody out there, whenever we're not around, will be taking a couple of moments to just talk to other people about how insane it is that we're not teaching school kids how to do mind body in public education. And so that it just becomes this thing that everybody's talking about, and then the signatures grow, and then we can start our work with the United Nations.
So effectively, let us explore more. People are keen. Let's bring it, whether it's New York, London, Africa. Let's bring a retreat. Let's bring education. I'm going to come back to you a bit later, Wai Ching and CJ. We've got Jeff Dunes here. I mean, he's going to talk about retreat and consciousness project as well. He's a very eminent personality. Siobhan, if you can hear us, if you are back. Otherwise, greetings, Jeff Dunes. If you could unmute yourself, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for having me here and giving me an opportunity to share some stuff for a few minutes.
It's awesome to have you here. Siobhan has been talking very highly of you, which is beautiful. And apart from the retreat, you're also going to tell us about Consciousness Project as well, Jeff. And if she can, she will try to connect. She is there in Pennsylvania, where even CJ was going to be, but couldn't make it. And she's there in person, so she's tried to connect to us. She was here just a few moments back, but could not put the video. She might join in. So Jeff, tell us a bit more about you and what have you got lined up for us? Over to you, Jeff.
Hey, Neil, before Jeff does that, if I could just mention something. Jeff is a research scientist, and Jeff's mother, Brenda Dunn, she was one of the founders of the PAIR labs, the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Labs, that are world famous for discovering that human consciousness can affect physical reality. And Jeff's history is a really huge history. And then Jeff has a novel out about consciousness as well, which incorporates a lot of science. And the title of it escapes me, Jeff. I know what it is. It'll come right to you when you see it.
Thank you. Yeah, Nexus.
Go ahead, Jeff. You can tell us more about it. Thank you, Bill.
So, yeah, a lot of different topics. Kind of, let me maybe do the well, let me do this a little bit chronologically then. And so the background of all of this does come out of the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Laboratory. So this started in the late 1970s, and I was a whopping like 11, 12 years old when all of that happened. And that's my background. I grew up in that environment. And in the mid to late 90s, as they started looking at retiring, the people who were running it, saying, what do we do next? That's where the International Consciousness Research Laboratories came about. That's a not-for-profit that was stood up by my mother, Brenda Dunn, and pardon me, and Robert John, who were the two who ran the PAIR Lab, with the intent of continuing on the research and hoping to get the word out, if you will, trying to tell people about what it meant, what they found, what it meant, the implications, and exploring how we can actually make the world a better place as a result of that. I took over running ICRL about 3 years ago, after my mother passed away. So I've been steadily getting more and more involved, going from, a few hours a week to a few hours a day of making this a part of my life to, at this point, a good half of my day doing this. A couple of the things that have come out of that, a brief one that Bill mentioned a few moments ago, was this novel, Nexus, which was an attempt to share certain aspects of this in a sci-fi fantasy kind of format, so very easy to access and understand. Something that's a little bit more interactive was the thing that I was originally thinking I would share with you, and that is that as part of ICRL's mission, we try to bring people together to have experiences that let them know, what does all of this actually mean? And our niche, if you will, is kind of combining the experiential and the intellectual. So we don't want to just talk about research. We do want to talk about research, the research that has been done, the research that ICRL is continuing to do, and other people around the world are continuing to do. We want to continue doing that, but we want to make it a very practical thing. And so part of what we're doing in that respect is bringing people together. We've had two retreats so far that have been focused on giving people sort of consciousness expanding experiences, and then pairing those with conversations where we talk about what does it mean? What did this, how did this help you to see things in a different light? And what did other people feel? So we bring about a dozen to 15 people together. The first one we did was in Virginia. The second one was just about a month ago. We did that down in Florida. And we have another one coming up. I'm really excited about this one. So one of the reasons I was so happy to be able to share the news about it. The next one is going to be in September, and we've been able to arrange to hold it in a beautiful, beautiful area of Italy, at a place called the Paris Center. Absolutely gorgeous. So, like I said, that's in September, and I'll put a link in the chat in a few minutes so that you can find out more information, register, and so forth. One of the reasons why I thought it was really sort of appropriate to share it here is in these retreats, we're always doing a variety of different things. Meditation, trying, for example, to affect physical devices using intention. Those are kind of things maybe you would expect, but we include a lot of different aspects of this, such as uh, historically doing art projects, dance, these sorts of things. And naturally, Qigong, Tai Chi, these are really prime activities to help people think more about what consciousness is and how to embody it in our lives and actually make things better with it. So that's something that I felt was really up the alley of this particular audience, and why I was happy to share that. So like I said, I'll put that in the chat in just a second. And then in general, we've got a lot of different activities that are going on with this charity, ICRL. And I'm happy to tell you a little bit more about it. I don't want to take too much of your time because I know there's a lot of people looking to share. So let me just pause here and see if people have questions, or want to explore deeper, or we move on to another topic. All of those are perfectly fine.
So how can people learn about the retreat? Do you have the URL for it, Jeff?
I do indeed, and I'm going to pop it right
See,
here.
the audience is not here. This is Zoom room for the contributors. The audience are listening on a Facebook, YouTube, website, in partner
Okay.
channels.
So if they do not see, if they don't see the chat in this, let me just tell you the fastest and easiest way to get there is by going to our website, which is icrl.org. So International Consciousness Research Labs, icrl.org. And on the top right of any page on our site, you'll see a little section that's called What's Happening. And one of the items up there
Jeff, is this the right page?
Yep, and if you see the August retreat, and oh, I did not update that. That will in a moment read September retreat in Tuscany. My apologies for that. But yes, if you click on that link right there, that will take you.
Which link are you talking about?
Where it says August retreat in Tuscany, under what's happening. So go down one more. There you go. And there you'll be able to, did you click it, or is it, yeah, go ahead and click that.
Yeah, it's propagating, it's coming.
Oh, there you go. Okay, great.
There we are.
The title, there we go, September Consciousness Dialogues Retreat. So that, by the way, is the place where we're holding it. You can see it's just absolutely gorgeous location. And then at the bottom of this, well, as you scroll down, there's a little bit more information on it. And you will, at the very bottom, see a registration form.
So for those who don't know where Tuscany is, it is in Italy. It's a very picturesque place, very famous in Italy. The weather is going to be good as well, and it's fairly reasonable price over here. You can say, just go and register. If you want to know more, you can send your questions or your comments on the email address over there as well.
I would just like to add, when you if you go to this, you're going to be contributing to something incredibly important. And we had the opportunity to talk to you, Jeff, when we were doing our podcasts with scientists. And one of the things that I led into when I introduced you and Dr. Nelson and McCratty and the other scientists that we brought on, is that Nikola Tesla, he said that the day that science turns its attention to consciousness rather than physical reality, it'll make more progress in 1 decade than it has in all the history of science. And so the science that Jeff and Dr. Nelson, Dr. McCratty, and these people are doing on consciousness, Dr. Penberthy at the University of Virginia Perceptual Studies Department, this is the most important science in the history of humanity, because when things change here, everything changes out there. And so you guys are right at the cutting edge of human history.
And I'll mention also that one of the aspects of this that I didn't go into, but there is a research aspect to these retreats as well. Part of it is experiential, as I said, bringing people together, giving them that opportunity. But the entire series is set up as part of an investigation into the language that we use. That's why it's called Consciousness Dialogues. The language that we use to talk about consciousness and that the research community has to rely on to communicate with each other it's challenging. Consciousness is a very difficult topic to talk about because a lot of people mean very different things with the same words. They mean the same thing with different words. And the Consciousness Dialogue series of retreats is aimed at establishing a common lexicon, kind of a Rosetta Stone for different people to understand what do they mean when they use different words like consciousness or spirituality, intention, awareness, the self. And so we are doing research through these to collect those kinds of understandings from a wide variety of backgrounds, which is why for the retreats we aim to have people at from every demographic, young, old, different backgrounds, different educational backgrounds, different areas of interest, different levels of experience dealing with topics of consciousness. We have some people who have been thinking about this for decades, other people who just find it fascinating and have just recently started their journey on it. And all of those add the different perspectives that we're really relying on to build out this map, if you will.
Well, these insights that you're collecting, I could see these things being very useful to the whole mind-body community, yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, meditation, mindfulness, everything, because when you get down to it, when you get deep enough into the mind-body practices, if you do your Tai Chi as like a Qigong mindfulness, presence, awareness kind of thing, it becomes increasingly apparent that, well, like who was it? One of the quantum physicists, he said consciousness is behind everything. And so you realize your mind-body practice, it's really a practice to relax out of the way of this larger consciousness that you guys are starting to try to figure out how to communicate to the public. And so that could be really useful data for all mind-body teachers. And
in
I
fact,
I encourage mind-body teachers to get, I encourage all mind-body teachers get into this science, because the more you know about the science, the more it liberates your consciousness to have larger mind-body experiences and then to become a more effective teacher. You sitting with you scientists and explaining all this stuff to me, that has expanded my practice in a vast way. And the way that I teach it, it's been huge to have that validation. I can't tell you how important that's been, because I didn't have the faith. I would hear these, you'd hear these Chinese masters talk about, larger consciousness and these things. But it's like I couldn't really accept it until you guys until the scientific community started to validate it. And it hasn't, and I don't think it's been an easy road for you guys either, because through my research, I found out that, consciousness science and consciousness affecting reality and our bodies and everything, that's been kind of a taboo subject for a lot of research. Dr. Kelly from the University of Virginia Perceptual Studies Department, he was on a program with John Cleese from Monty Python, who's really interested in consciousness research. And he said that when he decided to go into consciousness research, all of his friends, all of his coworkers, they said, "Oh, you're going to destroy your career." And so the mind body community really needs to honor the kind of work that you guys have done and the pioneering efforts that, your mother and Dr. John and, Dr. Nelson, all you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to build
Well,
on.
yes, Jeff, please go ahead. I have some questions from you. Please go ahead. Yes.
Oh, sure. I was just going to add, to build on to something that Bill had mentioned, that yesterday. So one of the other things that ICRL does is we have periodic, every couple of weeks, we run sessions, dialogue sessions on different topics, and it's called Exploring Consciousness. That's also on the website. You'll be able to see a link if you're interested in signing up. Those have been fantastic. They've grown very popular, and we're really pleased with the success. Yeah. So yesterday's session was focused on topics of intention and intuition, but especially with respect to the part where we were talking about intention. And we point out that one of the things that is so important in being effective in one's intentions is learning to get it not just in the cognitive, just in the intellectual, but having a uniformity at all levels of a person's self. And it's that alignment that just massively amplifies the effect of our intentions. So that's a really important observation that's come out of the research too. Apologize for that. Yeah, go ahead, ask your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Let's
Jeff.
quickly welcome.
Thank you,
Yes,
Amrita.
please.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, stay around. We'll chit chat with CJ and William in a moment. Amrita, let's welcome our senior anchor Sharon and
Yeah.
our Tai Chi lead Keith Sharp. Keith will be joining us 20 minutes again later with Nina London as well, making announcement. And Sharon will maybe share the quantum chi video that Wai Ching was trying to show, but maybe it will involve everybody. Sharon, if you can keep it ready, and we're gonna chit chat. Furthermore, people are enjoying. We'll also have Violet live coming in a while. So Amrita, welcome Sharon and Keith for a quick hello, and then we chit chat. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yes, I was about to say our sweet guests, whom we really look forward to always in our episodes, Sharon and Keith, for coming here, and then we look forward to talk to you more. And yes, so please stay around. Jeff, so I have a question from you. If I wanted to ask you two, three things, and I also wanted to tell you that I'm from India, and presently I am studying at one of the very leading institutions of India, where we are working on consciousness studies, and also we are having a conference on mind, brain, and consciousness in June, where we also have a consciousness center where we study with the lot of scientists. And Hameroff, if you have heard about him, he is a lead with the consciousness studies and the quantum studies. So we also have setting up a quantum lab at our institute with research scientists from Japan. And I am really very happy to know about the aligning of the thoughts in relation to that. So this is the upcoming conference. Thank you, Neil Kumar. You're always too good in helping everyone. So this is the conference, and I would definitely like to invite all of you. Here we are also having a lot of studies on existence of consciousness and how consciousness from Indian perspective as well as other perspectives of healing from body mind works are there. So we have a lot of themes of this consciousness studies in terms of science of consciousness, quantum perception, theories of perception, neuroscience of mind and brain, cognitive psychology, biomarkers, as well as a lot of other things, because we are related with a lot of scientists who are coming to this conference, will be addressing this conference and talking about their research and work. And I welcome you all to this conference, as well as it will open up new doors of giving a vision of perception in terms of understanding on the thought processes of the real world of consciousness. As Jeff, I really agree with you. The word consciousness is used in so many ways by so many people, and it's been interpreted in so many ways that I firstly have to ask them, which consciousness are you telling about? And therefore, understanding about this energy and its alignment and the fascination it has brought, because of which we are able to understand this world, perceive the world, and live in this world, has a lot of questions for everyone. And I really appreciate and encourage every one of you from this whole world who have made this effort to come together to bring in something beautiful in terms of Tai Chi and Qigong, which is also an integral part of the same energy of consciousness. And it's very incomplete to make this statement that life is, I think, nothing but the Chi.
So
And that's why I
Amrita,
really look forward to see Sharon
Amrita,
and her movie.
Amrita,
Yes,
what I
yes,
would
please
like
go
you to
on.
do, if you can contact William and he can sign and send
Yeah.
a reference on behalf of Global Transformation, and Keith from the
Sure.
UK Tai Chi and Qigong lead. Maybe
Yeah.
if they get the plug into IIT Mandi, for those people who don't know what Amrita is, which place she's talking about IIT. Anything that is IIT or IIM are a world-class organization of India, which is where 38% of the American top executives are from. So it's a very high prestigious institutions of India. So maybe it is a way of introducing Jeff, William, Keith Sharp. They can maybe do a write-up, send them further and better particulars, and they can come back onto that, so they can even make a comment. Bill, you want to make a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's one thing that I wanted to just ask everybody, is if everybody could just jot down Bill Douglas at worldtaichiday.org, or if you just go to worldtaichiday.org and join our newsletter, then you can always reply to our newsletters and it'll come straight to me. And whenever there are conferences like you're talking about right now, Jeff and Rita, if you could just make it a habit to just send it to me with something in the note about, Bill, please put that in the World Tai Chi Day newsletter, because we have this network of Tai Chi and Qigong and mind body teachers and groups all over the planet that we send newsletters to, and we want them to be informed about these things. But it can be so much more efficient if you just specifically send it to me and say, Bill, put this in the World Tai Chi Day newsletter, and then I will. A lot of times people get disappointed because I don't promote something, but it's just because I just get overwhelmed. And if you send it to me, I want to promote these things. These things are so important. Yeah.
So Amrita will do the due diligence. And Keith, hello, how are you? Shortly we'll be chatting to you, but how are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. The weather is fine. It's nice to hear people like Jeff and seeing all these friends around from the world. I'm just going to jump into what Amrita was saying, and what Bill was actually asking for as well, is that we have a colleague from Harvard, Peter Wayne, and he has just made his first or second visit to India. And I think that we need to involve him in some of these scientific evidence activities. That's the first point, very quickly. And then from Bill's perspective, I'd like everybody here to review, recognize the global transformation project, which Bill is actually, I don't know how this guy does it. He's only 44 and he looks about 45. So let's get on with the program and enjoy the rest of the talks. And
I'll be sending you flowers.
I have a word for Mita. Why is she always eating an apple?
Thank you. Thank you, Keith. Okay, so stay around. We'll be with you with Nina London in a while. Bill, stay around. CJ, stay around. Sharon, while you were away, Wai Ching wanted to play one quantum chi video, but I think the one that you've got that includes everybody, and Bill actually described it while you were away because of the next project. But on your previous project, if you can maybe play that video reel for us so people get some idea. Take your time.
I have two trailers, so one is yin trailer and one is yang trailer.
Would you like to play now?
I'll play one now. I'll play the yin one.
Okay, let's sit and enjoy what's happening over here, and then we chit chat again. Over to you, Sharon.
Qi is the foundation of many healing arts. Qi is the foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from Qi. And how about Qi? Where does the Qi come from? From love. From love of the universe.
What does Qi feel like? A buzz, tingling. You're so excited, full of energy that you want to be playful all the time.
When the Qi flowing, you can feel like warm, expand, some tingling. Because Qi, when you move, it also have a power to heal.
When you're doing Qigong, what you're doing is cultivating life force within your body. You become a conduit for information, for new information to come into the body. And you connect to the Qi of the earth and the sky. You're simply a conduit.
In Taoist practice, you're harnessing this light, this energy, this Qi. And so when we cultivate that energy from within, that compassion, that joy, that love, we can shift our state, shift that emotional state into something that's elevated and not constricted.
Learn to shift from externally focused, searching for happiness, searching for meaning of life. You go inwardly, recognizing you have more access to life inside of you.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for martial arts or sports, improving strength, stamina, balance, and coordination. Yoga practitioners and teachers love Qigong. The Qi focus turns their attention to a much more awakened internal sensory awareness.
There's a sense of resting in a very natural, open, spacious, clear, luminous energy which then carries you spontaneously and creatively through the movements and the flow.
Therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, longevity, self-healing, and healing others.
Qigong for everyone.
Qi is love.
Qi is light.
Qi is free. Qi is energy.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
So wonderful. It is always soothing to look at that again and again. And of course, a new project is coming on, isn't it, Sharon? Something exciting is going to happen soon, isn't it?
Well, let's see. I'm very close to being done. I am going to submit it for worldwide distribution, the documentary, probably in about a month, well, by the beginning of June. And so then hopefully I'll have some amazing updates for you. I feel so supported by this community and all of the people in the Qigong and Tai Chi community who I've had the real pleasure and honor, like CJ. I met her through Effie, actually. And of course, you know, Bill and Amalia are actually associate producers on the film, along with Roger Yonka. And yeah, and right at the moment, you know how I love music. We are putting together the soundtrack for the film, which includes really an extraordinary piece that I wrote together with Jae-Bing Chen, who has been on the show. Jae-Bing is really famous and Grammy-nominated Erhu and Zhonghu player and is very renowned in China. And I actually showed some of the film at the Global Holistic Medicine Conference recently, put on by the American Academy of Acupuncture and Cassandra Wellness. And what made me so happy, I mean, all of you know my experience in India. What I want to do is bring the beauty of all these cultures that I've had the privilege and blessing to personally experience, you know, like bring it to a really professional, high quality place where the message is in keeping with everything that we're talking about. And so showing this to many Chinese doctors, and the word that they kept saying was beautiful, beautiful. And so I feel similar in how I've been able to imbibe and express and reflect the culture from India and the dance and the music and the spirit. And now it's happening the same way with China. And it's really a joy and an honor to be recognized and seen and appreciated. I've put like 8 years now into this film. And the exciting thing also is that when I was talking to this potential worldwide distributor, I said, well, what about, because they also distribute to educational platforms. And I said, well, what about having some more having film and then having exercise? They said, we want a series of exercises.
Beautiful.
So there's a lot of potential, and I'm doing my best. It's a lot of work.
One comment I wanted to throw out there, Sharon, is through the course of World Tai Chi Day, everything was by bootstraps. We never had any money. It was all organic, and I had to learn how to produce video. And I thought I was getting pretty good at it until I saw Sharon's documentary. And oh my God, the cinematic skill that Sharon Rose brings to this. And this thing, I just want anybody that's watching this video, in the future as the recording goes out, to realize what a massive labor of love this was for Sharon, because what it takes to produce the little clunky videos that I make is such a huge, massive amount of effort. And it's like a cartoon compared to what Sharon and Wai Ching. I know Wai Ching is a huge part of this, but so is Dr. Yonka, Mantak Chia, these legends. She's captured this historical thing, and there's a youthfulness to it as well, because there's young people in this presenting as well. And it just is this magic formula that can open so many people's minds and magnetize them. It magnetizes people. You can't watch it without starting to go into a flow state. And just like with the Global Transformation Project petition signing, Sharon Rose's documentary, we're in the same realm here, because everybody out there that's doing mind body and teaching mind body and involved in mind body organizations all over the planet and consciousness research organizations all over the planet, everybody is doing such important work. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying you need to stop doing what you're doing or that you're not changing the world, because you are. Every student that you touch, you're changing the world. But it only takes a couple of seconds when you're having a conversation or when you're on your social media or when you're having a class or whatever to say, oh, make sure everybody watches Quantum Chi, the documentary, and tells their friends about it. Make sure you go sign the petition at Global Transformation Project. We can do massive things as one collective force here. And I know that I want every one of my students to see Quantum Chi. Because if they can watch Quantum Chi, they'll understand things that would take me 20 years to explain to them. You know what I mean? The grasping the heart of these things. And one of the things I love about this documentary is it's infused with that concept of Chi is the love of the universe. Master Lee talks about that in that one beautiful excerpt that I've seen from it. And that is I just can't impose on people. We've got to be promoting each other. I'm not saying that I need to promote every Tai Chi school in Kansas City or they need to promote me, but when you have these epic moments like Quantum Chi or the Global Transformation Project, it only takes a few seconds, to just keep talking about it, keep talking about it, keep talking about it, keep talking about it, create that bubble thing that spreads this thing out, because it'll benefit all of us. It'll benefit the whole planet if this thing,
Thank you, William. Indeed, you are very right. Let's cross promote each other. It's so beautiful. And talking about that, Wai Ching Lee was in the reel that you just saw. Her voice also came. Wai Ching, what memory have you got about it over 1 minute and we move on?
Oh, the memories of working with Sharon and the laughter we shared. And the
Yes.
love and the creativity. I mean, she was just totally open. Me as as a compulsive creative, I cannot help but just share and just work together. It was such a beautiful weaving, and came at a time when I was meditating, and I said, we have to attract a filmmaker who is totally impassioned with Qigong to make films about Qigong. Right. And then Sharon contacted me and then said, I'd like to interview you. You're the only one in the whole spectrum of Qigong teachers who use the word quantum. So we spoke for 3 hours, and there it grew, this beautiful co-creation, this birthing, because we are in such sisterhood in dance and music and Qigong, that it's been just a joy in birthing this with my sister here.
And
And
I think it's joy to see it over and over again. We always love seeing it. There are more of it, and the new project is even going to be more exciting. Stay around. Yeah, go ahead.
No, there's so many new projects. We have to let it be revealed, flourish.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Yes,
So watch
I
out.
believe that this project, well, I do want to tell you that, you who know me fairly well at this point know my immersion into Indian classical dance and yoga and everything Indian. My love for that. And then from that background, I came to Qigong, and I was so impressed. And I thought, let's do something to bring it to the world to the level of yoga, because I had a teacher who was actually integrating both Qigong and yoga together, Iyengar yoga and Qigong, and it was fantastic. And I really love the self-healing aspects of Qigong, working with the Qi, bringing the Qi in your body, letting it flow through your body, emanating it for healing. It's incredible. And then through that into the world of Tai Chi and Wushu. But I brought 27 different teachers together, which is a rare thing to do. Usually everybody has their own little niche and they kind of compete. But what I really want to do was show through all these teachers and all the interviews I did, the real essence of the art. John Milton, our dear friend who comes on the show yesterday, said to me, you know, with the movie, because he's in the movie, he said, in the movie, you're doing what we would call inner alchemy. The movie itself is transforming people. And what I found is that whenever I've shown even a part of it, immediately people of all ages are ready to do it, ready to learn, ready to do Qigong, Tai Chi. And that makes me really happy. And so for anybody out there, I really wanted to be shown not only through streaming, but in dojos and events to really, because it really does bring a sense of peace, inner peace, and healing and love.
Beautiful, Sharon, and we want people to know more about it. Sharon, stay around. Sharon, Amrita, let's welcome Keith, who is going to make a soft announcement. And then we will also rope in Nina London, who is in Bermuda. And she is also going to share wonderful Tai Chi Qigong matters with us. Over to you, Sharon, Amrita. Let's welcome Keith, who is going to welcome Nina. Over to all of you.
Global Namaste, Keith, and welcome, Nina. Kindly unmute yourself, Keith. We eagerly wait to hear you.
Hello. I am very pleased that I'm beginning to, at long last, understand the links with Sharon. And I think we have much more to share over the coming years. I'd like to introduce a couple of ladies before I make my announcement, because I think the announcement is very significant, but can follow on. There's a lady down on the left here called Karen Sue. Hello, Karen. It's a long time since we've spoken, and she only lives about 2 hours away from me in the Cotswolds, which is a wonderful area, and she does television programs in the woods with Qigong, particularly Shabasha, which is very, very popular. But now I'd like to introduce a lady who I'm not sure how we evolved, Nina, but we have, and Nina has spent many, many hours with her likable husband, Bill, in the arms of Mantak Chia and many, many days in Thailand. And I'd love Nina to explain where she is with her lovely flowers and her own little activity in Bermuda. So over to you, if I may, Nina London in Bermuda. Unmute.
Nina, you are on mute. Go ahead. Okay, Nina.
Can't hear you.
Nina, we can't hear you, although you are on mute here. Join again or check your sound at the bottom left where the audio is and make sure you share the sound, yes? Or you might be using a Bluetooth, which is not propagated. So Nina, of course, has been on Healing Our Earth before.
Uh-huh. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, go ahead, over.
Yeah. First of all, happy World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, and it's a wonderful to celebrate. This is very important day with you. My name is Nina London, and I am a Qigong teacher, and I am a founder of the program for women, Qigong for Women, a radiant flower, Qigong. How I got to, how that happened, I had cancer 9 years ago, and I lost my energy after harsh treatments. So I was looking for the ways to regain my energy, but not only life force energy, but sensual energy, passionate. Even I was 52, I was just married. So I went to Tower Garden and started with Mantak Chia and other world famous masters. And we end up. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Nina. Carry on.
I did not see myself.
Yes, that's your website as well here. It's showing you your journey.
Oh, okay.
Carry on talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, and I slowly, my energy, my passionate, my sensual energy came back, and ended up teaching Qigong. I graduated. I'm Lee Holden student, Montauk Chi, of course, student, and 2 or 3 years ago, I started working with women. Started giving classes in Tao Garden, where we have house now, and spent 6 months, winter time, and here in Bermuda. And that, I don't know how that happened. I brought flowers, and we start doing practices, and I created practices involving flowers. When you hold actually flowers in your hand and do some gentle, beautiful stretching, and you connect your energy with the flower. And it was so beautiful because I believe that each of us are beautiful flower. We all have this energy. And with the time, we don't lose it. We just need to learn how to awaken it, how to feel this energy, so you feel alive, passionate. You want to dance. You are feeling. You're more confident. You're more confident. So I created this program combining cherry picking elements from Qigong that speaks directly to women, all ages. Actually, it was very surprisingly, because I thought I would have women of my age, 60 plus or 50. I'm 60 years old, but it appeared to be I attract, or my program, better to say, attract women of all ages. And now I have from 20 years, and my oldest is 83, in Tao Garden woman. And they all of them find something special that speaks to them, speaks to their soul. And actually was very also interesting, and my part of my program is to balance yin and yang energy, and this is for young girls. They more for young girls, because they said we don't feel any yin energy. We have to compete in this world. We have to be, use yang, and we actually want to know how to feel more feminine. And so that's my story of creating this a beautiful program that I combine Qigong elements. We are not always with the flowers. We are just using it for certain practices. We do stretching, because it's a very, very, very important to stretch, stretch your body, feel your body. We do a lot of work for joints. Also breathing, and I created flower breathing. When we breathe beautiful smell of frangipani in Thailand, or here it's any flower I can find. It's actually a wonderful how I created this settings. In the morning, I collect the flowers all over the place and I put it in it's a cover. So you choose the flower you like and you connect it and you say, I am a beautiful hibiscus, I am tender, I am, and you connect with this energy. So it combines Qigong elements, stretching with the flowers, dancing. Also, it's so important to feel your body, to feel the sensual energy, wake it up, erase this, and breathing. So it's like a fusion, modern fusion. And we also, when we do practice, we laugh because I believe that practice, when you're practicing, you have to be happy. You have to your eyes should spark. You have to be like, oh, wow, I feel wonderful. It's not only for the body. When we do I exercise for so many years, but it's not for the body, it's soul. Combining and feeling like, wow. And with the flowers and bring the flowers to the practice, change everything in my program that allowed me to create this unique approach. And I'm very, very happy to share it with you. And
Nina?
Yes.
Nina, your flowers, as exotic as they are, as you, it's so wonderful with the flair. I've got Sharon on the screen here. Even before you were born, she was 15 years old and she started practicing. And then in her teens, late teens, she went to India and practiced with her guru, Sitara Devi. She resonates, she had done exactly similar thing, but in a classical form with Krishna and Radha. Sharon, you were obviously mesmerized with Nina's energy because you resonate with her and you have actually, there you are, look, Nina, exactly.
Yeah, we do yes.
Where's Wai Ching? She does this too.
Yeah, let's bring Wai Ching on the screen as well. Nina, do you know Sharon?
No, we never met.
Okay,
Yeah.
Keith will put you in touch, in connection. In
Wonderful.
fact, because of your energy and style and Tai Chi and Qigong, and Sharon is one of the leads on that several years back, including Indian classical, which gave her the leverage on everything else. I think maybe she will want to involve you in something. So, Sharon, meet Nina London from Bermuda.
Oh, yes.
She has been on Healing Our Earth before. And Keith actually just suddenly said, Neil, we want to bring Nina. And I said, why not? It is beautiful.
Gorgeous.
I think, if I may, is that I believe that this is an ideal platform for Nina and Sharon. And one of the reasons that I asked Nina to come on again is really she has moved so far ahead from the early days that I saw her performing some exercises which I felt were not necessarily ideal for Qigong, because she was beating the living daylights out of a drum with some of her women friends. So I would like to send you both an email saying, Sharon, meet Nina, Nina, meet Sharon, if that is okay.
And Wai Ching.
And of course, I think that the list that we have is going on so far.
Yes, let's connect and
Okay,
Keith,
so
Kate,
It's
on that
also, may
email,
I say one word? It's not also for me, it's not all only giving classes, but I am creating a community of radiant flowers women. So we have now globally, we have everywhere. And it's such a wonderful feeling. You can support each other and know you are not alone.
And Nina, at Healing Our Earth, we like growing better communities. So, Kate, when you do that email, if you copy Amrita and Wai Ching, Bill and CJ over here, because we are all linked with what is happening. And Wai Ching, you love the moments as well, don't you?
I love the moments.
The moments. Because you like moving like that as well. And in Hawaii and Bali and everywhere.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And I was just flowing with Nina. Oh, my goodness. Every time she spoke, I was like,
so Wai Ching, we have you, Sharon, and Nina. All three of you, just go and wave your arms and bring that meditational method. Let's do it now. 3, 2, 1, go. Go, all three of you. Look at that. And CJ is on it as well. Look at it. Bill,
come on, CJ.
do you love it as well? Isn't it wonderful? This is like a Mexican wave in a Zoom. I love it. And this is what we do at Healing Our Earth. So Kate, that was a good one to bring it. And Amrita, what do you think from there in Bermuda to Malaysia to USA? Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
You know, one thing I wanted to add, one comment on Nina is, you know, the sensuality that you're talking about. One of the things that really had a huge effect on me, and, you know, just watching Sharon's trailer, you know, watching you, Wai Ching, it's like it's had an impact on the way that I teach Tai Chi, you know, getting people to just be more free and loose like that, you know, instead of just the regimented forms that we do. But that sensuality is such a huge thing, because when we interviewed Dr. Roland McCratty from the Heart Math Institute, the lead researcher at the Heart Math Institute, and he talked about heart-centered consciousness. And that's when we go into that yin state, you know, that receiving state where we're just receiving the pleasure that we're experiencing and that tactile sensation. And I realized that, you know, their science has shown that that's a really healing state of consciousness to be. And as you're talking about it, you know, that receptive yin state, you know, where you're going into the flow and you're really feeling and smelling and all these things, that mindfulness can be such a huge part of Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga and all these kind of things. And it's like this yin, this bringing in this yin. With my students, I'm always trying to, or I'm always suggesting to them, you know, feel your elegance. Feel how elegant you are, because human beings are incredibly elegant creatures. And I'm not talking about how I look to somebody else when I'm doing it. It's that state of grace that you feel when you slip into that elegant state. And this yin consciousness that you're evoking here, this applies to men as well. The whole planet is going through a balancing and an awakening. The yin consciousness is coming through everybody. So it doesn't matter, you know, what your sexual organs are. This is a global experience for everybody. And and that elegance that you know, and Sharon's documentary promotes this so beautifully. Wai Ching's movements are such a huge core of that. And what you were doing it just furthers and reminds me of how powerful that part, that sensory or sensual experience of our being, celebrating how elegant we are. I think people need to get out of this matrix that there's something wrong and defective about human beings, because there's not. There's not. The more you sit back, the more you get away from mass media and you just sit back and just look at humanity. It's so elegant. It's so beautiful. People are such incredible creatures. And I think it's so important that the work that all you guys are doing to bring that home to people, remind people that we're beautiful and elegant like that.
Thank you, Bill. Well, Bill says we are beautiful and elegant. Indeed, we are. Let's wish, I think our Mita is in hospital. She's part of our back team there. Maybe we can all send her a good energy. Mita, do you read us? Are you in a hospital at the moment? I can see you there.
Yes, I'm in the hospital. Global Namaste.
Wow, Meeta ji, this is like incredible from the hospital. You are attending the episode. This is like,
His
wow.
dedication to healing our earth. Look at that.
So, yes, I am here since last Thursday.
So
And
I Ching is sending you blessings. Look there. I think everybody wants to send
Yeah, we
you
all send the wishes to you, energy.
thank you.
collective energy to you, Meeta. You get well soon, okay?
You know, Neil, there's something Mita, you just reminded me of something that I've been telling some of my students. There's a documentary that one of my students got me to watch. It's on Amazon Prime and Netflix right now, I think, but you can find it if you look for it. It's called Heal, Heal. I didn't know about that documentary until one of my students got me to watch it. Everybody has to watch that documentary. It just really opens up the floodgates of possibility for our mind-body practice. Yeah, Heal, heal. That watch that documentary.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow, wonderful. Thank you so much, Bill.
Yeah, it's very uplifting.
Yeah, I'm here being investigated for some cardiovascular disease. Good news is I don't have a heart attack. I didn't have another heart attack when I was admitted by the paramedics, or I don't even have a stroke. So let's see what.
Yes, yeah, watch that documentary. It's so uplifting because there's people, it's a combination of things. It's the science, the philosophy, but it's also a whole bunch of people who are dealing with horrific health issues. And you see these people go through these processes, and it's so uplifting, because we've all been through things. I've been through some hellish physical things in the past. But that documentary is so inspiring because it reminds us of how powerful our consciousness is and how powerful our practices are. So I've been recommending that to everybody that I know since I saw it a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you, Bill. And Meeta, everybody sends you their blessing. Relax, enjoy, and watch the program, okay?
Thank you. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you. Let's move on now. Sharon, we are waiting for Violet as soon as she comes. Kate, you wanted to even make some soft announcement. Maybe it's a good time that maybe we can just mini talk about it. Over to you, Kate.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been working with a number of you over the last few years, and my engineering background has taken me to places in the last few years that I never imagined I could actually work with. And I really think that it's time for me to thank those people who put up with me. Thank you very much. But I've got a note to go on. It's exactly 30 years ago that I had my first Tai Chi and Qigong lesson. And that was held in Saudi Arabia. And the guy that ran it was a friend of mine, an American who now lives in Shanghai. So there's many, many connotations and connections. During these 3 decades, they've opened up for me new paths, which continue today, as I now wish to share with you, friends across the world, the latest of these paths with this announcement. And I do apologize, it doesn't have the flowing grace of our lady friends. However, I should do my best to go through it in a reasonably formal manner, because this is the first announcement following some work behind the scenes. Following the success of the Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures on the 28th of February with Healing Earth, I am delighted to announce further developments regarding Tai Chi and Qigong for health and well-being, and the creation of a global expert advisory group, GEAG. That is spelled G-E-A-G. A little bit of background is my take on the health authorities. The Western world health authorities and governments continue to require science-based evidence for Tai Chi and Qigong to be accepted as complementary therapies. Please, at this note, I am talking specifically about Tai Chi and Qigong, which I've been forging ahead since 2016. We are so well supported throughout the world. There is a plethora of highly experienced and skilled Tai Chi and Qigong health and well-being instructors who continue to report benefits for the community, which we're here, I hope, to serve. Unfortunately, most of the feedback is normally anecdotal. And I repeat that again. All the testimonials that we have, all the verbal feedbacks that we receive for running classes is normally anecdotal to those with the scientific demands. So I've identified 3 areas. I've called them the 3 E's. Establish individual health problems that can be identified as suitable for Tai Chi and Qigong health and well-being proven benefits, such as COPD or strokes. Evidence from random trials are the currently recognized method of realistic and meaningful outcomes, and that's what we should be looking for. Essential that proven health benefits must also be accompanied by financial returns on investments, whether that's our own investments because we're making a profession out of what we're doing, or whether it's from funding organizations, charities, etc. throughout the world. And I'm sure that Jeff realizes this as a major problem to get money from anywhere. The outcomes, the objectives of the Global Expert Advisory Group are to oversee and consolidate information that can be clearly and concisely presented to authorities who provide funding or prescribing of Tai Chi and Qigong for health and well-being as part of integrated care packages, whether national or whether international. The 5 people, 3 of whom I think are here at the moment, or 2, is Dr. Roger Yanker. I don't think I need to introduce him too much. Everybody seems to know Roger and his activities. And then, of course, we have a good friend, CJ Rhodes, who's on our screen, and thank you very much. Mark Peters, a name that many of you may have recognized from his time on Healing Our Earth. Mark lives in Birmingham in UK and is probably my most reliable source of inspiration. And he runs his own organization. The next one is Tevye Phang from Vietnam. I've been dealing with Tevye for some years now, and he has a very good curriculum for teaching and training instructors. And the final one on this 5-person list is all the way from Singapore, Amalia. Thank you very much indeed. In closing, these 5 wonderful people, whom I'm sure we can recognize, have kindly agreed that these will be voluntary roles, and as such will not be wasting time on discussion groups, but leading to the objectives being supported by a yet to be announced team of specialists who will be requested to collate scientific evidence from proven sources. These specialists are yet to be identified, but before that, we will be identifying a number of specialist areas, as I mentioned, such as COPD, stroke, Parkinson's, anything that comes under those streams. But we don't want to muddy the waters. We don't want to be clear, so that we can end up with proposals to our relative health authorities, funding streams in a clear and concise way, and say, this is a way of saving money, saving medication, and maybe just having an effect on the profits of the pharmaceutical companies. So I thank you very much for that time. And I've just got this down as a draft at the moment, and I found a couple of spelling mistakes already. And the intention is that I will issue this wide. And as I close, some of you may know that Bill Douglas has recognized me, and I am one of his outreach colleagues on global transformation project. There are so many people running classes for children without real control. Here in the UK, it's likely that in the next few years, anybody wishing to teach in a physical activity or Tai Chi and Qigong, yoga, physical trainers will probably have to comply with the needs of the Chartered Institute for the Management for Sports and Physical Activity. And that has been paralleled up in Australia and throughout the UK. And I'm sure there's something similar in the US. And that I hope you find interesting at the moment. You will all have a copy because I will issue it back out through Healing Our Earth. And hopefully we can support that activity. Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you to the team.
Keith.
And if I may, a quick message to Mita in hospital is that in 1997, I was rushed in with a heart attack, and here I am a few years later. So keep the spirits up, Mita. Well done. Bless you.
Thank you for sending good energy, Keith. Wonderful job. And for those of you who didn't capture everything, you will get an email. Keith is very good with email. He'll keep you in touch. Let's make it fun. Let's make it a different kind of organization that can actually flourish into conference retreats. And maybe if it becomes big enough, then you can all see me too in London and we can make it even bigger. So it's going to be wonderful. Bill, I'm going to come to you just in a moment over here. Karen is here. Karen, you can give a quick message just for a moment. She's there. Keith actually introduced her. Karen, your quick moment, then we go to Bill, and then we go to Sharon, because she has got Effie Chow's video. Karen, your quick message.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
To be here. So I'm here in Cheltenham, UK, day after World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, which was a wonderful day. I just wanted really to thank you all. I have put it in the chat, but I want to thank you all for everything that you do to promote the ancient healing arts of Qigong and Tai Chi. As we all know, they are so beneficial to all of us, and the more we can spread it, the more other people can feel the benefits, and we all know what that can do for people. It can literally change the world, as we've experienced with World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. I'd really like to thank Bill and Angela for founding World Tai Chi and Qigong Day and being so generous as to share it with the world and share the resources and all the work that you put in. It's really been so inspiring for us. And in Cheltenham, the Qigong has grown and grown and grown, and we have more and more people every week at the park. Started off with me and my mum and dad and two of our neighbours. We regularly now get 50 to 70 people every single week turning up, and more new ones are coming every single week. And we have children coming. We've got, you know, from age around, well, we've had 4-year-olds coming with their grandparents, and the oldest person now I think is 95 that's coming. So we have the whole range. And, you know, it's support from people like all of you around the world that just keeps us all going and supporting each other. And just to keep these ancient practices alive means that, you know, we can help to heal the world. We can help to bring about that really good energy. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. For those of you who don't know where Karen is, she's in the posh part of England, Cheltenham, which is a posh part of England, which is so beautiful. So thank you, Karen. Bill would like to say thank you to you. Bill, your comment, and then we go to Sharon for Effie Charles' video.
Yeah, I think you guys got your city government to proclaim your World Tai Chi Day, if I remember correctly. Yeah, see, that's so cool and so amazing. And one of the things that just to segue into what Keith was talking about, Keith, that work that you're doing to educate the government on the potential of this to save money, because that's where you're going to get into the government. That's the heart of the government, if you can save some money for the conscious people in government. And what launched the Global Transformation Project, in my mind, in a big way, was Dr. Herbert Benson's research that showed between 60 and 90% of the health issues that people face are caused by chronic unmanaged stress and best treated or prevented by mind-body practices. And then that was validated by a Kaiser Permanente study that I saw, where they determined that 70% of the health issues sending people to the Kaiser doctors were caused by chronic unmanaged stress. And when I contacted Dr. David Sabel at Kaiser, I was so excited when I saw that. He was very excited at that time, and he said that number could go as high as 85%, depending on how you looked at the data. And I wanted to bring that up because you mentioned that you were working with Dr. Roger Yonka, and Dr. Roger Yonka has confirmed that about 90%, up to 90% of the health issues people are facing are chronic unmanaged stress that are best treated and prevented by mind-body practices. And Dr. Yonka has based his estimates on NIH and CDC and FDA data. So Dr. Yonka would be a good source to validate, that massive number of people that don't need to be getting these expensive medical treatments for the rest of their lives.
If I may follow up on that, Bill, and the rest of us, I've been dealing with Roger since 2006, and we signed a joint agreement about evidence-based facts for activities to reduce the dependence on the hospitals, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And a gentleman somewhere in the States, I can't remember where, and I wouldn't name him if I knew, but one of my main thrusts is to reduce falling prevention. In the UK, the NHS, the National Health Service, actually spend 2.3 billion pounds per year. If I take it to the States, these figures have been quantified and they run to over $56 billion a year. A guy expressed over the internet or Facebook, I'm not sure which, that he had reduced falls by 58%. And I sent back to him and said, well, how did you quantify? How did you verify? And what was your ROI? And he came back and said, I haven't got the faintest clue what you're talking about. Now, I see CJ shaking her head and thinking.
It's been, I've been trying so hard to get every health researcher to add an economic quality, an economic portion to it would be so easy for them to just add that. And it's so hard to start from scratch. I worked on, Roger Young and I and many others worked on an article, an economics article, a systematic review, the economics of integrative health and behavioral activities like Tai Chi and Qigong. And not only did we not find enough research to talk about it, we can't get it published anywhere. Nobody, it's so difficult to do, but it would be so easy if all of the healthcare researchers implemented, just added the economic aspect to it. And the economic aspect of it is so clear when you look at it. The problem is that the people who save the money, which is the governments, aren't the ones who are at the level, because they're paying for people when they're over 65. Whereas people who are under 65, generally they have health insurance or they get it through their employer or they're paying for it themselves. And so they're the ones where that insurance company would have to pay for the services that wouldn't get the benefit until the people are 65. But it absolutely is true that there's a lot of benefit. Dr. Patricia Herman just recently did a study, a fabulous study that took two people and it compared the two people, one person who did Tai Chi and Qigong and health exercises and ate right and did all that other stuff. And then the other person who did what normal people do. They have a normal diet. They have a normal amount of exercise, which isn't very much. They have a normal amount of stress, which, you know, is higher than because they don't do anything for stress release. And they did the economics of those two, and the cost difference when they were in their 60s was just outrageous. It was very large and very significant. So it can happen if we just pay attention to it. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in without.
Thank you,
Thank you very
CJ.
much.
Thank you, Keith. We can take it up in a private webinars when you guys meet again. Let's move on. Stay around. We want to move on because Violet is here. Shortly, she will be appearing. Let's say hello to Stephen Watson from Someday Farm. He's a regular supporter of Tai Chi and Qigong. How are you, Stephen?
Hello, good to see you. Thank you very much. I see Sharon still on my screen. Hello. Glad to see everybody and hear everybody and kind of refill my cup for the year of Tai Chi Goodwill. I was talking to a student of mine this week who's a therapist, like a psychiatrist, I guess. And I said, without giving me details about your students, and this has been his career for 30 years, I said, if I had to ask you what two things drive people to you in just a word, what would those two things be? Right. So I'm just looking for him to simplify. And he immediately said depression and anxiety. So I'm thinking CJ was just talking about chronic unmanaged stress, and so was Bill. And he said depression and anxiety. And then he said the past and the future. He said, that's why people come to me. And I said, well, we both know what was missing, right? The presence. And I would say in the last 5 years, I'm always circling the idea of presence, right? In Qigong classes and Tai Chi classes. And I just start using presence as a verb, like rather than root or be still or be quiet or anything like that. Or I just say like, we're presencing. Let's make that an important element. And it's very interesting because it starts to open up this crack between the past and the future, this oasis, right? Because when class is over, you still have to go back to your life and your difficulties and your maladies and your treatments and whatever might be going on. And I thought that was a very interesting way for him to think about chronic unmanaged stress and the things that might stem from it. Depression and anxiety is how he put it. I said to him, my answer is anxiety and addiction. Those are the two reasons people come to me, and most of them tell me they don't have an addiction because they just think of things like gambling or drugs or alcohol or cigarettes maybe. And I say, oh, no, please sit on the cushion. There's a lot you can be addicted to. Anyway, that was just a few thoughts, mostly because Bill mentioned chronic unmanaged stress. And so now I'm thinking about that. But I don't know if you have a question for me or if you want me to drone on about anything else, but I'm always glad to be here.
Can I just say to you, Stephen, is it?
Yeah, hi, Keith, yeah.
Is it looking at the potential for the global expert advisory group? Underneath that, we want to identify specifics as to how we can actually overcome some of them and save money, improve health. And one of the highest ones is stress.
Yes.
Whether you call it anything else, it's stress, and it's the same in this country. So let's keep on that theme. Let's keep pushing home on these natural activities that we can overcome some of the problems.
I often think that, yeah, please, Keith.
Yes, sir.
No, it's fine. I just don't want to take any more time up because of some very valuable speakers.
Stephen,
yes, Bill.
Yeah, I wanted to just mention on what you're talking about. When we had a brain scientist on our program from Toulouse, France, and he said that what their research of the brain activity showed was that when we're present, that's when the brain shows the most happiness. When the brain is bouncing around, and when people watch mass media, that's why I tell all my students, stop watching corporate media, because it's designed to keep your brain dancing around all over the place. But the thing is like in our classes, I started teaching a yogic mantra meditation. It wasn't part of my Qigong or Tai Chi training, but it was something I learned where you breathe in for a 5 count, full abdominal in breath. You let yourself be filled with the breath. You don't try, you just let it happen. And then you just let your mind, heart, everything just let go as you count 6 through 12 on the sighing exhale. And the brain scientists explained to us that what the science shows is that when your exhales are long and gradual and longer than your inhales, it slows down your heart, it slows down your brain, it slows down the stress chemicals going through your body. And so that mindfulness, that presence, and then the lady from England, I'm sorry, I'm bad with names, but she was talking about the sensual aspect of it and that heart-centered consciousness that heart math is research on. You realize that's right at the core of Tai Chi and Qigong, and probably yoga too, when you do it at the high level. When you do Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga at a high level, it's like you're just present. You're just in an open-hearted, non-intellectual, like Lao Tzu said, the Tao that can be named is not the true Tao. So you're not in a word consciousness. You're in a total sensual, sensory, presence. Just present.
When we think about that idea of happiness, is in the present, I would push on that a little bit, mostly word choice, but I think happiness tends to be something that we put somewhere beyond the next threshold of the next accomplishment, the next accumulation.
It's the thing that we have to. It's the thing that we have to constantly.
Fun is something that we can find in this very moment. But happiness, we often kind of think it's after the next thing I achieve or get rid of or solve. Whereas fun can be found like in a Tai Chi class.
You're right. And that's so brilliant because we think that happiness is that thing we have to hurry up and get done doing the thing that we're doing so that we can be happy. You know what I mean? If I just hurry up and get this thing done, then I'll be happy. And so that's real profound. What you're saying is just being present here and now, feeling the air on your skin, feeling your breath, just that mindful awareness. Of course, all these techniques that we all teach and that we all study, these are highly refined ways to get to that state. I always tell my students, these things, like in my Tai Chi class and in your yoga classes, these are things that have been cultivated over thousands of years, and they somehow found their way to this room in Leawood, Kansas, where we're all sitting right now. Let's not take this for granted. This is like, and this is true of every one of our classes. Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. And thank you, Stephen. You can take it up with kids directly. Let's move on. And Sharon, let's say hello to Violet Lai, who is waiting here for us. And just before we go into her session for 10-15 minutes, shall we show and recognize Effie Chow's work? Violet, how are you? And welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. And first of all, hosting this important event. And sorry, I was running late. I was teaching in the morning, and I drove crazily here, but no, I drove safely.
And no worries. So, you are here. You are part of the family. So stay around. Let's look at the work that Effie Shah has done, because she's no longer here in person, but she's here in the spirit. So Sharon, let's watch that video. Then we chit chat with Violet as well. Over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Okay.
This is our 4th World Congress, and it dates back to 1990 when we held our first one. And at that time, we combined with the traditional Chinese medicine as a whole, because very few people know about Qigong. And our desire to bring Qigong properly into the Western Hemisphere, into the science field, was kind of our motivation for holding these major conferences. And so it really coincides with the development in 1997 of the American Qigong Association and the World Qigong Federation as organizations to try and bring a community together instead of having Qigong masters operate in isolation of one another.
Let me introduce you to the Congress visionary, right? This is Dame Dr. Effie Chow. She's in the house. She's the Qigong Grandmaster, and she's the founder of the East-West Academy of Healing Arts, and she's the World Congress founder. That was 1990, hence why this is the 22nd Congress. She's revered as the grandmother of Qigong, and Dr. Chow has pioneered in bringing complementary care to the West. So let's invite you in first, Dr. Chow, to talk about the inspiration behind this World Congress.
I've started in 1973, the East-West Academy of Healing Arts, a nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit. And it was dedicated to my father, who helped so many people come from China in those days, in 1930s, 40s, 50s. It was like, oh my God, he was battling society, always an activist. And so I guess I inherited all that from him. And I want to throw out two concepts that I've learned very well. We have many philosophies. He said, whatever you do, do your best. And then he said, live as if to die tomorrow, but plan as if to live forever. Not the other way around, which today it seems is the other way around. They live hard and they don't have far plans, further plans. And they live for today, but it's live today as if to die tomorrow and plan as if to live forever. We can influence the system, and which we have very much in the 20 years of the World Congress and the 1973 East-West Academy of Healing Arts. It's not just practicing, but it's influencing policy and legislation to make the difference.
Thank you, Sharon. Effie Chow. She was a regular supporter at Healing Our Earth. It was you and Wai Ching who brought her here. And what a wonderful soul she is. I say she is because her spirit still lives on. So Sharon?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Violet.
Yes, all yours.
Hello.
Violet. Hi,
Hello
Violet.
again.
Global Namaste. I'm going to tell them a little about you. Violet Lee is an award-winning journalist, a 12th generation Chen style Tai Chi inheritor, certified Tai Chi instructor, and indoor disciple of Grandmaster Chen Zheng Li, and certified heart zone trainer. She studied Tai Chi, Qigong, and heart fitness with grandmasters and experts. She's taught Tai Chi, Qigong, and other fitness programs to over 10,000 people online and in person with diverse demographic groups. Her passion for Tai Chi, Qigong, other internal Chinese martial arts, and fitness motivates her to write articles on the related events, people, theories, techniques, practices, and health benefits for you. As of December 2022, she wrote more than 700 articles. I can imagine that there's many more, and it's really a pleasure to have you. And you have a big event coming up. So I would love for you to tell us all about this.
Well, Sharon, thank you very, very much for your very kind introduction. I did not even know who you were talking about. And first of all, we really, I'm appreciate to Dr. Effie Chow's effort. And I first met you, Sharon, was at the World Congress, Qigong, Tai Chi Chuan, and TCM conference, right? And then so, yeah, it's been years. And so she brought all of us together. As far as the event you are mentioning about last year, And I was being recruited, my friend, Sharon Smith. Some of you probably know her. And she has hosted many large Qigong or Tai Chi events and have great success. And she was the host for the Shift Network Global Qigong Summit for years. So anyway, and through her experience, she, yes.
Do you know that I created that?
You mean the Qigong Summit?
That was I produced the first two. I created
oh
it.
my
I
God.
got everybody for 2 years. They told me it was the most successful summit they'd ever had. The first one, we were in hundreds of countries and thousands.
Yes, yes, it's such an incredible idea, and then to bring people from all of the world together. And you see, Sharon, I try to interview you for how many years now, and you have been very busy and doing a lot of very meaningful work, and so I have a lot of respect for you.
Thank you. I'm very grateful on one level to the Shift Network because, I brought, they had Ming Tong Gu was already there, but I brought the summit to them, and they have, in doing so, they have brought Qigong to such a big audience. And this has been my dream, like yours. It's been my dream from the moment I encountered Qigong, to really bring it to all over the world. And
excellent.
The
Yeah.
fact that we're all coming together. It's not just this one competing with this one, but it's been my dream to bring everyone together. And I do want to tell you and everyone here that I have an opportunity now to create a channel on an online network for etc. And so I want you and anybody interested, Keith, Wai Ching knows, Bill knows about this, but this came my way.
Well, if any opportunity I can contribute, and definitely, and coming in, and again, look at your calendar and see when we can talk, and all these great ideas you have, and all these endeavors and projects you're working on, and also this how should I say, plea goes to all of you. And if you have great ideas and any special projects, and you want to let the world know about it, and please contact me. I'll be very, very happy, and then to interview you. And normally, what I do is I write an article, and I also do the interview on Zoom, and I post the interview on YouTube, and then embed it into my article. So this way, and there are more ways to spread the words around, because some people, they like to read, some people, they don't have time for reading, but they can listen to it or watch it. So that's how I have been, how should I say, handling my job. So again, you're welcome, and to let me know what you're doing. And as far as the project I'm involved myself in right now, I mean, the one I was started to talk about that. So Sharon had, was sharing her experience, because a lot of the people who wanted to join her training event, but they just don't have enough financial means, and most of them are from so-called homogenized community, the disadvantaged community. And in 2023, and I was invited to present at the first science symposium hosted by Harvard Medical School. And of course, I'm not medically trained, and definitely I'm not talking about the efficacy of Tai Chi and Qigong. But I presented some of my study and findings. And even though there are, a lot of people nowadays around the world practice Tai Chi and Qigong, however, and there's still more men than women. And then even though, how should I say, there are some women, they are trained as a Qigong instructors or practice leader, but they seldom to teach. There are many reasons for that. And then also another reality I found out, very few women of colors actually are teaching. First of all, very few of them, they're participating in learning or being students, and even fewer and in teaching. And so with all these findings, and we feel it is important to train people from their community, and so they can turn around and to help their community. And statistically, and we know, especially in the US, I'm pretty sure probably in other countries and have similar situation. And the health care is really, not distributed or enjoyed equally. And many of the community I mentioned earlier, the disadvantage, and they just don't have access to good health care. So we thought about if we can train these women, and then they can help their community. And so that can be a very good idea, and save them a lot of money. And first of all, they probably cannot afford to get the health care anyway. And then, so we found that this foundation is called Immortal Sister of Tao Foundation. And our first event is set on May 4th, and it's coming up soon. May the 4th be with you. Yeah, so yeah, May the 4th be with you. And then it's a so-called a benefit event, and there are 7 instructors, and some of them are from the US, and like myself, and there are some from the Europe. And we will be teaching 7 different classes, and we hope you all can help to spreading the word. And so we welcome people to come to this benefit event and donate the money. And some people say, well, I'm busy on that day, I cannot participate. However, if they register for it, and after the event, they have the unlimited access to those classes. Yeah. So
that is fantastic.
Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Yes.
I know a little Sharon from Mantak Chia. She's one of his main students.
Yes. Correct.
Yes. She's a great teacher, and I'm very happy that you all are doing this. I think it's a wonderful endeavor, and I wish you have a wonderful event, and everybody here.
Well, we still need a lot of people to support us, that's for sure. And so if you all can spreading the words about it, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Now that you're here, there's a topic I wanted to speak about today. I told
you. Yeah, sure, definitely.
Yes. In Quantum Chi, I bring forth the concept of energetic protection.
Yes.
And what's called in the Taoist teachings, in the Qigong teachings, the Wei Qi field. So I would like to bring in Dr. Wai Ching and of course Bill and whoever wants to come in to discuss what is the Wei Qi field? How do we build our Wei Qi and this protective field when we're being, you know, energetically assaulted, emotionally assaulted? How do we really root ourselves so that these negative energies, oh great, here we go.
Thank you so much for showing our website. Yes.
Yeah. So give us your sense of what is Wei Qi and how do we use the Wei Qi to create this protective field around us?
Well, are you asking me or are you asking Wei Jing? And
I'm asking you first, and then we'll bring in other people to see.
Okay, wonderful. And well, again, I am not medically trained in the Chinese medicine or the Western medicines. And however, as a Tai Chi and Qigong practitioner, and Wei Qi is something, you know, we definitely focus a lot on. And there's another Qi, and it's like its counterpart. It's called Yin Qi. Wei Qi is a protecting Qi. And Yin Qi is nurturing Qi. And both Wei Qi and Yin Qi, they are all, you know, how should I say, from the originated from the food we eat, and also from the essence which we got from our parents, and but through a lot of these process, our body processes things, right, and then they will manifest, of course, with the practice of Tai Chi and Qigong, and the certain movements, they are more geared to the how should I say, Wei Qi. And but it also, we don't really look at them very separately, and in that sense, you know, it because it's yin and yang, and in a general way, in a lot of time we look at the Wei Qi is more so-called yang side, and then the Yin Qi is or yin side. But at the same time, when you go deeper, and then you find out it's not necessarily true with that kind of separation, and the Wei Qi can be yin as well. And so if for a lay person, an easiest way to understand and the Wei Qi, it's like the immunity. And we all know, and practicing Tai Chi and Qigong can boost our immunity greatly. So by doing these exercise, and definitely we will create and enhance the Wei Qi. And another thing about Wei Qi is it's how should I say? It's more on the skin surface, and then yes, what there's some is inside, and then they say, you know, it's more on the outs, and instead of like yin qi, that nurturing qi is more internal. Okay, and I don't know, Dr. Wei Qing, and you're trained as the Chinese medicine doctor, or in which field? I'm sorry, being ignorant, and maybe you can address this more. And I don't know, Sharon, do you have any questions for me?
Well, let's talk about Wei Qi, then I'll come back, and I want to talk a little bit more about this event coming up and all that you're doing for women. Yeah, because in Healing Our Earth, it's a focus. We have, you know, we even have episodes dedicated to women's empowerment. But let's first ask about other people's perspectives.
this comment, the topic of the protective field, why Qi, I'm keying off of the beautiful piece that you did on Dr. Effie Chow. And me and Effie, we had a lot of private conversations that were really private arguments that we were having. And she was trying to convince me not to lose touch with the spirituality of the internal arts. And I rejected it because I went through what the whole world of Tai Chi went through, especially in the United States, is Tai Chi got fractured from all that stuff because we were trying to get accepted into the medical health field. And I was right at the forefront of that. You know, I saw that it could, heal and, save so many people so much misery if they knew about the medical science on it. And so I shied away from all that stuff. And I told Effie, I said, I'm not interested. I said, it's going to dilute what it is that we're trying to do. And this was like a global phenomenon, I think. And I realize now, because I spent all that time talking to all those scientists to create the Gospel of Science, second edition, which is free next Saturday, May 3rd on Amazon Kindle. And then what I realized was that Effie was right. What you see when you look at the science is that compassion and love are the foundation of the universe. They're the foundation of our DNA. And what these mind-body practices do when they take us into alpha state over and over again, where we go into that surrender state, is they bring us into that state of coherence where we're resonating with the universe. We're no longer a separate particle. We're a wave in the universe, and we're connected to everything. And all the science shows that gratitude and love is, and then I realized our Tai Chi and Qigong practice, our Tai Chi practice, when we're letting go and we're letting that flow go through us, we're just loving the sensation of our existence and our body in space, and just lost in the pleasure and the gratitude of that. And then the science shows that makes our empathy and compassion parts of our brain larger and more expansive. And like Dr. Nelson's research, the Princeton Paralabs director, that he explained that his research showed that when we go into states of compassion and healing and connection, which that alpha state produces, that flow state, that wu wei state, that song state, that's when our consciousness is the most powerful. So I've come around full circle, and I know that, Effie was absolutely right. And Sharon, your documentary really it's funny, the synchronicities, because as all this is happening, and then and then I see your documentary trailer, and Master Lee, says that Qi is love of the universe. And then and then as you practice this, you realize, well, I'm part of the universe. I'm a wave in this universe. So that's self-love, and that self-love is the larger expansive love. And so I hope everybody gets this Gospel of Science second edition next week for free on May 3rd, because I find that it's really important for us to, as mind-body teachers and advocates, is to be able to confidently talk about love and gratitude and have science to back it up. So it liberates us to be more, adamant about how important that aspect of the mind-body practice is. And then I think that, amplifies the ability of the mind-body practices to do what it is they're here to do on the planet right now.
Well, I brought up and I want everybody, including Stephen, to give their comments on building this energetic protective field and what it is. And I know in Quantum Qi, I have Robert Peng, who gives us actually a little exercise in order to help focus and build up your field. So we'll start with we have sides. Everybody here now really does have a science and experiential background. So we'll start with Wai Ching, of course, because I say in Quantum Qi, he and Roger are the most scientific, and she likes to talk about the quantum. So
I love to talk about the quantum, but in this case, following what Bill was saying, I like to highlight the mystical aspect of Qigong. Okay, because that's my experience in Wei Qi, Violet, is of course we all build up the immune system, but my particular skill that runs in the family bloodline, Sharon, you know, because Sharon has had direct experience of this particular gift that I have, which is ghost busting. So I'm
Say
actually
that again. I didn't hear it. Say that.
busting.
Ghost busting.
Who are you gonna call?
Yeah,
Watching.
and that's and Neil is like that signal. No, 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 don't go there. No, it's called energy clearing. Yes, it's that's it. You know, so it's chi clearing and is linked with feng shui and environmental Wei Qi. So basically, before that I just jumped into that, but really I've used intentional fortitude for protecting chi. I actually avoided or averted 3 thugs from looking at us by moving, by intentionalizing them and speaking to them, to their minds, and they turned at the same time down, looking down, and then went off at the same time. So Sharon knows this story as well. So that's just through Shen and intention. And just looking at them, and my hands came out like this naturally. So that's one incident. Okay, and which was surprised me as well, because I said, oh my gosh, this really works. So yeah, I know. So if we learn that way, right? So that's my aspect of Wei Qi, what I learned about it. And then I've also helped clients with litigation and court cases and so on. So very interesting. And also I've helped women from stalkers. And I'm just paraphrasing one-liners like this and teaching them Wei Qi. And also that is a little bit martial. So there are different layers that has come through me with building up Wei Qi, not just, you know, just for the immune system, but actually through visualization. And it's very soft and gentle in the beginning, like very core, very soft, but then it goes increasingly much firmer, from a crystal to arrows, like the you know, the shachi, arrow chi, that's really to do that. So it's a little bit martial, that's internal martial arts. So all this was given to me. It was shown to me, you know, say if I made it up or not, but it works. And so that's my experience of the Wei Qi as a spiritual warrior, because, you know, I do a lot of work, as Sharon knows too, with sexual abuse issues, child trafficking issues, and other issues that really need a very strong, thick skin, more than thick skin, really thick aura. And to protect, and of course, a lot of us have been tested, challenged with dark forces and so on. Let's say the polarity, the yang, and say, as long as we know how to balance it. So that gift has come down from my lineage in the family to negotiate with certain entities, right? And in a very loving way. It works, yeah, Stephen recognizes it. And in a very loving, embracing way, that's the chi. And when we can transmute the energy, it goes up and there it is. It's not so difficult, really. I'm training a few people, but only those with an aptitude and a real calling for it. So this is my perspective on Wei Qi. And so I know it's at the far end. So maybe
for me now, it really has to do with building energetic boundaries. But really, it comes from being in that totally grounded flow, love state.
Yes.
That just exudes from one's heart. CJ.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the things that I wanted to add, especially when Bill was talking about this, is we have known since the 70s that there has to be a spiritual component to it because of the work of Dr. Herbert Benson, who Harvard University, who studied the relaxation response, which of course is the relaxation response is the medical equivalent of the chi flowing through the body, basically, where your brain waves switch to the alpha waves and your body chemistry changes. And so he needed to get basically volunteers to get into this relaxation response. Now, he could have taught them Tai Chi, but of course he didn't know Tai Chi. So what he did was he told them to think about God, or to think about the expanse of the universe. Those were the two things that he had them think about in order to get them into the relaxation response. So the science and the spiritual are connected. So now we can hear from Stephen, because I want to hear what Stephen has to say too.
Well done. Like 432 hertz of love is what we resonate in. Yes.
Stephen.
Yes. Well, that was great. I don't know if I want to say anything now. I want to take all that in and go do a class, and research. So that's always great. One of the things that I think that we tend to forget is that the qi is not just simply that flows through the jingluo, the qi meridians, right? So it's extant in the organs, and it's extant in the lungs or the skin or the field around us, what's called the wei qi. And one of the driving elements of the wei qi, besides the gu qi and the yin qi, as I think Violet mentioned, is our ancestral qi, right? That energy that comes to the present from the past. And accessing that, or maintaining access to that, is an important element. And for me, then, this is just for me, not like in my lineage, but what I find is just kind of reliably reminding myself under duress, right? Like dealing with energy clearing or a child trafficking survivor. I got an hour of this session, but boy, it's troubling them for their whole life, but it's going to be a tough week for me, which is also the reality. It's tough for me. Oh, hi, Violet. Oh, we're so excited to see you.
I gave mine away, my little unicorn.
My Steve was because I went to Mexico and this Palenque, and they have a lot of these monkeys.
It looks like you have the same hairdresser.
Yes, and they call ecology and park, the zoo, and I found my soulmate. Look at that, we're the same.
Oh, that's so great. So for me, maintaining that and access to the pectoral qi, the ancestral qi, it really helps for me under duress, like when I'm currently being challenged, to remember why I'm doing what I'm doing, which could be a mantra or a word or a phrase or something like slogan, whatever, like my school slogan or something like that. But just to remember that the current moment, which is stressful and difficult, maybe even I'm being actively challenged, is that the why seems to me to be threaded in with my ancestors. Like, it's not my decision entirely. I'm part of a human thread. Yay, CJ, hooray.
Yes.
Now we're talking. Somebody just interviewed me. There's a podcast up from like a month ago, and it's
we should take a screenshot with
somebody
three of us.
screenshot
So crazy. Yeah,
I have to tell you, I've had this teddy bear since I was 5 years old. It was given to me by my aunt.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing.
Well, I love Violet's Hanuman.
Somebody just interviewed me on a podcast, and it's just about, why are you a grown-up teaching healing, but you have all these stuffed animals? And I said, well, we can talk about that for an hour.
Well, it's getting to be time to say goodbye, but I'd like to, before we do that, I'd like to ask Violet to tell us a little bit more about let's do this first. These are our future online episodes. Oh yes, Ayurveda special, benefits of Ayurveda. Sunday, the 4th of May. And I'm sure we'll have Dr. Dhanava and some wonderful Ayurvedic physicians. Then we have the vegan vegetarian kitchen, and anybody here who has recipes, vegan recipes, you're welcome to come on and share it with us. We'd love it. We could have.
I'll be on that one, interviewing a chef from Bali. In the
Nice.
restaurant, they are conserving a heritage strain of rice.
Well, the elegance of Wai Ching's interviews, because I've seen these with chefs all over the world, actually. I really encourage you to join us for this. Oh, yes. And now we have mental health awareness coming up on the 18th of May. And we really should bring some of us from the Tai Chi Qigong TCM world, because there's incredible information and assistance for us all in that field specifically. So then yoga and meditation for body, mind, and soul. Join us for this free global online session on Sunday, the 25th of May. This is always a wonderful episode, and it's not only just yogic, but from all different traditions, we bring meditation, different aspects of meditation. So please join us for that. And now, Violet, tell us, before we go, tell us a little bit about the nature of what people will be experiencing at the Immortal Sisters event.
As I mentioned earlier, and we have invited seven instructors around the world to share different kind of Qigong forms. And you will see some people like myself, really old, they are teaching. And then we have some younger instructors, but they are all very experienced. And so a lot of these things, we hope that people can really take home. And then if they don't remember, then there are videos, and they can access any day, anytime, anywhere, and then just to continue to practice. But I should say the Council of Sisters, we have spent a lot of time to seek out various good instructors to help with this event. So, yeah, and come if you have time. If you don't, sorry.
Where can people hear your interviews and see your articles?
Oh, my article is very easy. VioletLiTaiChi.com. That's my name. VioletLi TaiChi.com. Yeah, so very simple. And many of you here, I already had the privilege to speak with, and Bill, Steve, and CJ, and yeah, and I'm still waiting for you to nod at me. Just so Sharon, I'm talking about you, so we can talk about your new movie, and also a lot of the great ideas and the projects you are putting together. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really, I'm grateful for you joining us today, and all of you. And Bill, who's done this extraordinary, heartfelt labor of love called World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. And Keith and everybody here, thank you so much for being with us today. I'm going to give you a little mantra from, well, it's actually from a song for, if you've heard of Guan Chi Yin, she who hears the cries of the world. She's a bodhisattva. And two mantras before we go. One is Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And that means I pay homage to the jewel in the lotus. And then there's the Chinese, so that's a Tibetan mantra actually. And then there's one And I in my song, I put them together. It goes, Namo Guan Shi Yin Pusa, Namo Guan Shi Yin Pusa, Namo Guan Shi Yin Pusa, Namo Guan Shi Yin Pusa. And that means I pay homage to she who hears the cries of the world. She's the great healer, Guan Yin. And yeah, so I wanted to end this Taoist session, this Qigong and Tai Chi Day session, with those mantras that really bring about the blessings of Guan Yin.
Hey, you guys, could I mention one thing real quick? On your that beautiful mantra that you just did, Sharon, is I just want to remind everybody, next Saturday, May the 3rd, the Gospel of Science 2nd edition is going to be free. And I'm hoping that everybody will get that and read it, because what all that's led to in a nutshell is the magic formula that I share with all my students now. All this science and all this, and how it affects our mind-body practice, it led to this magic formula that I share. And the magic formula is, that I tell my students, is, one, notice the beauty. Notice the beauty around us, because it's all around us all the time. It's just, where do we direct our consciousness? And then the second thing is intellectually acknowledging that that is beautiful, whatever that is, that sip of tea, that sun on your face, that person, that human being that the universe put in front of you, or the creature that the universe offered you as like a gift. So notice the beauty, intellectually register the beauty, and then feel the beauty. That heart-centered consciousness where you behold, and I love that word, behold the beauty. And that magic formula changes not just our consciousness, but ripples out through the whole planet. And to get the planet that we want, it won't come from criticizing the planet. It'll come from loving it. If we just relentlessly love everything around us and everyone we meet, the science shows that's the most powerful way to change the future of the planet.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a very, very wonderful, informative, as well as a good episode. And abundance of thanks to Dr. Wai Chi and Bill Douglas, as well as Stephen, CJ Rhodes, our lovely Sharon, Violet, and also many other guests, Jeff, who have joined and made this episode a very good one. And how can I